February 10, 2023. We are meeting virtually via Zoom to convene the committee's first public oversight hearing of 2023, which is also streamed and recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named EAL Committee. Today, we will hear from the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Office of the Secretary, the Office of the Senior Advisor, and the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding these agencies' performance for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 to date. I ask that today's witnesses please keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less for individuals and 5 minutes or less for organizations to allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Of course, my expectation of our government witnesses is we will take their complete testimony irrespective of timeline. Having said that, I would like to note that the entire written testimony, if submitted, will be a part of the record. So if you have not submitted it, please email it to admin-labor@dccouncil.gov, and I will spell it EXECADMIN-labor@dccouncil.gov. The committee is also in the process of changing this email address. So you may also send it to hopefully our new email address, which is CEAL with an C, CEAL @dccouncil.gov. I think that would be easier for everyone. Over the past 2 years, the district has worked to build a safe and prosperous future for our community as we continue to recover from the COVID pandemic. I'm proud to have our public leaders and institutions that have risen to the challenges of our time. We have worked to ensure that the district receives state level funding and all federal pandemic appropriations. We continue to educate and increase awareness regarding congressional voting representation in DC statehood. And we work to provide remote and electronic access to government services such as notarization. We have moved forward with the development of a new state-of-the-art DC archives, and we continue to provide and improve delivery of our programs and services to meet residents where they are. I know I have read off some of the accomplishments of the administration, and quite honestly, ladies and gentlemen, anyone who is listening, when we talk about the District of Columbia government, we're talking about our government as a whole. Today, we will get a better understanding of what the agencies have accomplished over this past year, and will identify areas of success and areas for improvement. These oversight hearings are an opportunity to evaluate how we can be a more equitable DC, where every resident can live up to their full potential and their government is there to work for and with them. At this time, I'll recognize any of my colleagues okay, so we're going to solo for a little while here. Thank you. And we will begin today's hearing with the Executive Office of the Mayor. The mission of the Executive Office of the Mayor, commonly referred to as the EOM, is to serve the public by supporting the mayor in governing, constituent engagement, and media relations. The office plays a number of important roles in coordinating and leading the entire district government and implementing specific policies, goals, and objectives. The agency's FY23 budget accounted for some $21 million in spending and approximately 126 full-time staff persons equivalents, FTEs. The office is led by the Mayor's Chief of Staff, John Ficecchio, who will present testimony on the agency's FY22 budget and programs and the FY23 to date. We look forward to receiving his testimony, and I understand there are a few public witnesses who requested an opportunity to testify. Without objection, we will proceed first to our public witnesses. And then Mr. Fochecchio, thank you for being here. We'll move to you. Thank you so much. So our public witnesses are Sandra Seegers, Olinda Maud, Heidi Ellis, Melissa Miller. If we can bring you into the room. Thank you very much. And Ms. Seegers, we'll begin with you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay. Wow, this is good morning. Hey, Anita, how you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna read my statement. I'm gonna submit it to you today.
All right.
I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, Award A resident and a member of CRAVE, which stands for Concerned Residents Against Violence. I voted for Mayor Bowser because she has shown me that she can relate to all walks of life. And of course, when I say Mayor Bowser, I'm talking about her administration. I appreciate that she is trying to bring development to all 8 wards. She focused on establishing homeless shelters in all 8 wards. My main interest is public safety and gun violence. My most recent appreciation for her is the veto of the revised criminal code and her proposed amendments. I think the council should have considered her amendments instead of overriding her. As to the Congress meddling, in parentheses, in DC's affairs does not make sense to me because the Constitution grants Congress the responsibility and authority to manage district's affairs. I believe the council revealed extreme disrespect to the mayor when they disregarded her proposed amendments. The proposal she offered was sensible, but the council ignored it. As a matter of record, it seems the council sometimes tries to embarrass not only the mayor, but the judges too, because when the council enacts laws, they do not have to be on the scene when the executive and the judicial branches implements them. The council could have done a better job advertising the hearings for the revisions. That would have given an opportunity to the entire city to include the ANCs to have input. As much as I contacted Councilmember Charles Allen's office, he could have told me about the hearings before the 11th hour, and I could have helped circulate the hearings information. The revision is soft on crime, too lenient to criminals, gives many passes to criminals, and disregard victims. Some of the codes that should be reconsidered are the jury trials for almost all misdemeanor offenses, the Universal Second Look, which is also the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, carjacking, robbery, the mandatory minimums, court-deferred dispositions for all misdemeanors, failure to disperse, burglary, place of worship as it is listed under arson, no accomplice liability for felony murder, and the use of the word complainant instead of victim. There's a definition for complainant, but no definition for victim. For the benefit of the residents, the council and mayor need to work together. And that ends my statement, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Maud?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chairwoman Bonds and other members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Olinda Moy, and I am the director of the Reentry Clinic at the American University Washington College of Law. But I'm here today in my capacity as co-chair of the Council for Court Excellence Criminal Justice Committee, as well as CCE's Board of Directors. Please note that in accordance with our policy, no judicial member of CCE participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. I had to include that disclaimer. I am here today to testify about the DC Clemency Board, which is supported by the Executive Office of the Mayor's Office of General Counsel. So 5 years ago, the council passed the Clemency Board Establishment Act of 2017. Once passed, this bill created the district's first ever clemency board. The creation and implementation of this board is critical for district residents, not only because of the difficulty that individuals convicted of DC Code offenses face in seeking mercy from the executive branch, but also because any final pardon or commutation relief opportunity should be considered by those in the very community where the person was convicted. Despite the gains made by creating the DC Clemency Board, people who are convicted of a DC Code offense continue to experience unique barriers to assessing clemency. So unlike the 50 states where a person convicted of an offense can request clemency by the governor, the mayor of the District of Columbia does not have the similar authority to grant clemency. Only the president can do that. While DC does not have the final say regarding clemency recommendations, the current structure authorizes the Clemency Board to make recommendations for each district resident seeking such relief. So prior to the establishment of the DC Clemency Board, we had no way of knowing how many people incarcerated under a DC code had applied for clemency through the federal system. We did know that they represent about 2.4% of the federal BOP population, but only accounted for 0.037% of clemency grants. And we also know that the district's incarceration population is predominantly Black. So despite the statutory enactment of the DC Clemency Board in 2018, the Clemency Board did not meet until July 2020, and the Clemency Board's regulations were not finalized until late December 2021 after receiving community feedback. It took 4 years for the legislation to enact the DC Clemency Board's final regulations, and that was 4 years that people convicted of an offense in DC spent not having meaningful access to clemency. But we are proud of the progress that the board has made recently by having on staff a full-time staff attorney. We are heartened to see the fiscal year 2023 budgetary investment for a full-time staff attorney. And we thank you, Councilwoman Barnes, for making this investment, because it has made a big difference in the operation of the Clemency Board. So I have attended almost every Clemency Board meeting. I'm often the sole public citizen who attends these meetings, and I have seen that having a full-time staff person has made a difference. They are now reaching out to the community, and this past Wednesday had their first community engagement event, and the feedback has been very positive. The Council for Court Excellence will continue to monitor the work of the DC Clemency Board, to monitor recommendations that are made to the White House and the work that they do to bring such relief to DC residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Ellis, are you in the room?
Hello, can you see me?
All right, here you are.
Good morning, Councilmember Bond. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Heidi Ellis, and I work as a consultant and advocate here in the district. Although I'm here today representing the DC LGBTQ Budget Coalition that consists of representatives from local LGBTQ and ally organizations. The coalition is an affiliate of the larger DC LGBTQ leaders group, but our mission-driven group works to advocate for dedicated funding that supports LGBTQ residents of the district with a focus on trans people of color and low-income residents. The coalition has been working over the last few months to identify key areas for oversight and investment for the LGBTQ residents. We have met with many agencies, elected officials, and with the community. Today, I'd like to highlight a few of those items as they are specific to the Executive Office of the Mayor. We were asking the council and the EOM to aid in additional oversight around the collection of key data for the LGBTQ community, the smooth disbursement of agency grant dollars, having DC government remain compliant and improve language accessibility, a commitment to improving LGBTQ cultural competency for first responders, and ensuring the DC government is determining LGBTQ agency coordinators as it's set to do by law. And we're also asking to embolden the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. Starting first with data. The coalition recognizes the lack of data around the needs of our multifaceted communities have been a barrier to some of our long-term advocacy efforts. However, we have successfully advocated for some investments in legislation to address data needs, and many of those efforts are stalled on the agency level. Specifically, the DC government employee transgender non-binary survey that was conducted by the Department of Human Resources. This survey has been conducted, but the results are not public. We'd like the support of the EOM in elevating that concern and getting that information to the public. In terms of our grantees and our nonprofits here in DC, the coalition successfully advocated for additional grant dollars across agencies to support the work of these organizations. These dollars were crucial to the work of community-based organizations across the district. However, due to the DC government rolling out a new grant management system, there's been a delay in dispersing dollars to the grantees with no change to reporting data. We'd like your support in rectifying that issue and hoping that dollars are dispersed more smoothly moving forward. In terms of improving language access, we are asking the council and EOM to assure compliance with the DC Language Act of 2004. The lack of accessibility, the last accessibility report was issued in 2019 before the influx of migrants already experiencing humanitarian crises that were bussed up here from places like Texas and Florida. That influx has put a strain on the systems, and the lack of multilingual staff and vital governmental agencies serves as a barrier for timely and effective services. In terms of improving cultural competency with first responders, the coalition and the community are demanding improved mandatory cultural competency training for first responders. The Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs provides some training now, but we are asking the support of the council and EOM to have wide-scale cultural competency training. Look at my time there. And in terms of interagency LGBTQ coordinator work, the coalition would like to ensure that all levels of the EOM are supporting the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs and identifying LGBTQ agency coordinators and establishing monthly meetings with those coordinators as they're charged to do under law. These coordination functions are crucial responsibilities of that office, and as they help to ensure that the DC government is more responsive to and has better relationships with the LGBTQ community. Lastly, the coalition supports the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs having its own section in the budget, like the offices of Latino Affairs and Asian Pacific Islanders Affairs. The Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs is currently a line item in EOM rather than its own section of the budget. And as DC gears up to host events like World Pride in 2025, we will need a more robust office that will be responsive to the planning of large-scale events and ensuring the district is well prepared to serve the expected influx of visitors. Thank you for your time. We look forward to working with you to ensure the needs of our community are integrated into the budget and to oversee the implementation and success. I'm happy to answer any questions. My longer testimony has been submitted to the committee.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask, I was looking for it because you were very specific. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I sent it this morning, so apologies.
All right. Okay. They'll rush it in here. Okay. Thank you so much. And next we will hear from Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members and staff, Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Melissa Millar, consultant to the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, a coalition of approximately 1,000 DC nonprofits advocating for full funding and implementation of the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020. The law, effective since March 2021, seeks to ensure consistent application of overhead and indirect cost rates across all grants and contracts made by DC government agencies to nonprofits. It provides 5 ways for nonprofits to calculate and use their indirect cost rate in negotiation with the district on their grants and contracts. This fiscal year is the second of 5 years of a phased-in implementation period for the law and attaches to all nonprofits, grants, and contracts valued at up to $5 million each, with the exception of hospitals, universities, and foundations. The law is an important step in right-sizing and adequately compensating nonprofit partners for their actual costs of doing business in and with the district and elevating nonprofits' financial well-being. The passage and implementation of this law is an equity issue. Nonprofits diligently serve district residents, often literally at their own expense. At just one of the 1,000 nonprofits advocating with the coalition, the gap in indirect costs on district contracts was over $400,000. This gap in government funding must be raised from other sources just to continue providing the government services and programs. The time for nonprofits to stop subsidizing the government's work is now. We are spot checking FY23 solicitations for inclusion of the law in standard language about indirect cost rates. Implementation of the language remains problematic, as we've found few examples which correctly include all the ways a nonprofit could effectuate a rate pursuant to the law and name the act, or worse, solicitations that included specific language seeking to limit indirect costs to, for example, a de minimis 10% only. The coalition has been and working with the Executive Office of the Mayor, as well as the City Administrator's Office, the Office of Racial Equity, the Mayor's Office for Community Affairs, and the Office of Contracting and Procurement on successful implementation of the law. This includes pushing the executive to complete a cost study funded by a $200,000 line item in the FY21 Budget Support Act of 2020 to assess overall implementation costs, as well as the extent to which district government has retained indirect costs on federal pass-through funds from implementing nonprofits, which is contrary to 2014 Federal Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, guidance. OCP did not complete the study in FY21, and the executive committed to the coalition in spring of summer of last year that it would conduct a cost study first that summer and in the fall. And most recently, we learned in December of 2022 that the government planned to assess costs last month in January, months after the FY24 budgeting process had already began. The coalition had received promises related to development and distribution of standardized language relating to the act to be shared with all grants and contract personnel for inclusion into relevant solicitations. However, as I noted, the standard language has either not been developed and distributed, or agencies and offices are not universally and uniformly using this language. And this language issue is an extension of larger coalition concerns with respect to personnel training. While EOM Communications shared that the Office of Contracting and Procurement had trained contract personnel and provided a module for the contracts of the Procurement Institute, Coalition Nonprofits report working with the agency contract administrators who still purport to be unfamiliar with the law, which may ultimately delay negotiating, payments, and launching of programs. And on the grant side, we're even less sure about the extent to which grant personnel have been trained, as our conversations with EOM noted grants training would come after the contracts personnel were trained. And we also note in our spring-summer conversations with EOM, there was initial planning to hold listening sessions with nonprofits, with the government, for them to hear and understand nonprofit experiences and concerns. The coalition offered to assist with recruitment and advertising, and we collectively were scheduling to hold these sessions in mid-September of last year. However, those sessions have still not been held. And we do greatly appreciate the time and effort already invested by EOM on the law, but we really do need additional time and money dedicated to this effort. In FY24, the law's phase-in increases to cover and contracts valued at up to $10 million. So for a nonprofit with a federally negotiated indirect cost rate, for example, or a NICRA of approximately 14%, which is pretty typical, were they to receive a $10 million contract, that law would require an additional $1.4 million to be budgeted for that grant or contract to support the nonprofit's indirect costs. It's imperative that EOM continue to assess the cost of successful and full implementation and successfully train grants and contracts personnel, agency and office directors, and legal staff. Thanks for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you all for your testimony. I started our hearing this morning by certainly applauding our EOM and our government in general. And I am thankful that you have brought some particular issues to the surface where we probably need great improvement. And so, Ms. Millar, I want to start with you. I want to make sure that I understand in your testimony on page 2, you indicate that, I want to make sure I understand. You're saying in FY24, the law's phase-in increases to cover grants and contracts valued at up to $10 million, and therefore for a nonprofit with a federally negotiated indirect cost rate of approximately 14%. You're indicating that's typical?
Yes.
And so you're therefore saying for the government to budget this $10 million, you're saying the government is required to provide an additional $1.4 million on that contract?
Yes. In the event that a contract of that size were to go to a nonprofit, the law requires that there be additional funding budgeted to support specifically nonprofits' indirect costs. And the federally, the NICRA rate is just one way that the law provides that a nonprofit can show government what their indirect cost rates are. Not all nonprofits do grant or contract work with the federal government, so not all nonprofits will have that NICRA rate. So the law has considered that and found 4 other ways for nonprofits who may not have that federal relationship to still be able to calculate what their indirect costs are and use them with their negotiating with the district. Or for some very small nonprofits who may not have the size or the fiscal wherewithal, the law provides them the ability to take a 10% de minimis rate. And that really should be the floor. No nonprofit in the district should be receiving less than 10% for their indirect costs on grants and contracts. And unfortunately, even though we're already in the 2nd year of this law's implementation, we're still hearing from some of our partners that in their conversations with grant and contract administrators, that sometimes the personnel may not even know about the law. And even when they've gone back to have side conversations with their agency or office personnel, may then come back to the nonprofit and say, well, we hear you have a NICRA of 14%, but will you take an indirect cost rate of 7%? And that is not what they're supposed to be doing. That is not what the law allows. And really at the core of it, it comes down to the equity issue of nonprofits have been keeping their doors open day after day after day after 3 years of COVID. And they struggle to keep those doors open, to attract and retain quality talent. And it really does come down to the dollars that are flowing into those quality innovative programs. And it's really important that nonprofits no longer be asked to subsidize the government's work for it.
Thank you very much for that explanation. You have the commitment from this committee that we're going to take a very close look at that. As you know, one of the programs within the government is to make sure that individuals and organizations are paid a fair amount for their services. And this kind of borders on it, I think, but I'm not sure. So have to talk with the lawyers, the labor lawyers, but it sounds like we're moving into that realm. And so I just wanted to mention that to you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Let's see. Ms. Moore, thank you very much for your testimony. The clemency board looks like we have some work to be done. I understand that having the full staff attorney has been an improvement. But I guess like everyone else in the District of Columbia, we just really want to be a state so that we can have the privilege of having our leadership in the form of the mayor to really make those decisions to speed up the process. And let me ask you, have you all considered how we might, as a community, have access to the data that would inform us about the number of individuals that are in the federal system?
So I do know that this clemency board, and I will say that I stated in my testimony that the clemency board has been moving in a positive direction. So I do commend them for expanding the board to also include a returning citizen on the board. And I commend them for, yes, having a full-time staff attorney. And this clemency board has developed a relationship with the Office of Pardon Attorney, a new person that's been appointed under the Biden administration. And so I am confident that there will be better communications in being able to obtain the data, to know how many district residents have even applied for clemency under the federal process. So I feel that we're moving in a positive direction, and I hope that the clemency board will take it upon themselves to not just get the data going forward, but it might also be helpful to look back and see how many people had applied in the past, what happened with those applications, and whether there can be some reviving of those applications if the individuals are still seeking that form of relief.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that information. And we will be talking with the office as soon as we finish our discussions with you and see what their thoughts are about how we can move forward. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis, thank you very much for your testimony. You have identified a couple of need areas, and I want you to know we'll be tracking those. We want to make sure that we're always in compliance. And I must say that having grown up here, I can tell you the extraordinary value and interest that we have in the LGBTQ community, and making sure that whatever the needs are, that we address those needs. So you have my commitment on that. Okay, I can't read your testimony in depth real quick, but I thought you did a very good job of pointing out some areas where we do want to put more emphasis on. I want to make sure that you say you want your own section in the budget, like, let's say, the Office of Latino Affairs.
Yes.
And so we'll be examining that with Mr. Felchecchio when he comes on next, and see where we are with that. And
council member, one follow-up on that, and I don't think I included this in my testimony because, once again, we're in the process of finalizing our priorities, so there's a lot going on. Forgive me for the delay, but it is we're behoove the council to review the Budget Support Act as a possibility, an avenue to do so.
All right. All right. Well, you know, we love the Budget Support Act to make sure we get things done. Everyone in the nation, and certainly here in DC, is aware of how we try to use it to make clear the laws that we enact. So we'll be working on that for sure. The improving competency training for MPD. What's going on there? Because we want to make sure that we're on top of this issue.
Yeah, so there's a limited amount of folks so the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs does cultural competency training that's farmed out to CBOs to do this work, but it's not reaching many of the agencies that actually deal with our community, specifically first responders, so MPD, fire, EMS. Right now, we have the LGBTQ unit in MPD, but they can't be everywhere in the city at all times. And many times LGBTQ people, specifically trans people and gender nonconforming people, their first interaction in the middle of a crisis is going to be the police, and not understanding that person's life and that person's experiences it can lead to punitive responses when that's not what the situation calls for. I mean, this is a broader issue, not just a queer issue, but uniquely, we're more susceptible to that, for lack of a better word, ignorance.
Okay, and so you're really telling us that MPD is doing its job, but when you think about the other agencies that primarily interact with the community, there seems to be some laxed approach, or they're not informed, have not been trained.
They have not been trained, and I would say MPD has done they've put their toe in the water by having an LGBTQ unit, but like I said, they can't be everywhere in the city at all times. So I wouldn't say MPD has done their job. I just feel like they have at least identified some resource.
Okay, and in identifying the resource, this unit, is the community finding that the unit is adequate? Or is there a need for a little expansion?
I feel like there's always room for more work around these issues, but in terms of the LGBTQ unit, a lot of those folks I work really closely with, so I'm not here to downplay anything they do. They do have a good community relationship, and they take the time to come to community meetings, events, check in with some of our service providers. We just lost a trans woman, and there was MPD people that knew her very well that came to her vigil, right? So there is that connection with the community. It's just not on a broader scale.
Okay, and so you mentioned the fire department, FEMS. Is there a similar unit identified within that agency?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't want to speak out of turn. I feel like I would know that if there was one, but not that I'm aware of.
Okay. What about the Department of Behavioral Health?
So we're actually working, part of our, and you'll see when we publicize our priorities, we are working with DBH to identify services and supports, especially wraparound services for mental health crises, to kind of bolster up what our CBOs do on a day-to-day basis, but have more capacity for that.
Okay, well, now I have to ask about a very important agency that's within my committee, and that's DACO, the Department on Aging and Community Living, because the LGBTQ community is also older people.
Yes.
And so is there such an entity that you can identify in that agency?
So we actually work really well with DACO. I actually just met with them this week. Specifically, we work with them around folks that are aging with HIV and AIDS, and then also housing needs. So we work with them to ensure that LGBTQ seniors are able to access the vouchers that we've advocated to be dedicated for them. So that's kind of where we work in conjunction with DACO. In terms of safety, that's not something I've discussed with them, but happy to explore how to have those conversations.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much. And Ms. Seegers, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. I'm sure that the administration is just tickled pink that you are always trying to move the dial so that we all understand that our government is by and of the people. So thank you very, very much for that.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. You too. And now so thank you all to our public panel. And now we are going to focus on our government representative, the chief of staff for the executive office of the mayor. And thank you, Mr. Felchecchio, for being patient with us. I thought you might want to know what the ladies had to put before us today. So thank you very much. And I'll now swear you in. And please raise your right hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
All righty. You may begin when you're ready.
Well, good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members of the council, council staff, and residents joining us. We are here in the John A. Wilson building. While I do have this wallpaper in my house, we're here in the office today at the Wilson building testifying. I'm joined in the room by Steve Walker, the Director of Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, as well as Tomas Telemonte, Mayor Bowser's Deputy Chief of Staff. And I am John Falchicchio. I'm proud to serve as Mayor Bowser's Chief of Staff. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the mayor, her administration, to discuss the operations and work of the Executive Office of the Mayor. We're honored to have the trust and support of district residents as Mayor Bowser starts her third term in office. But with this great responsibility, we also know we must be bold when facing some of our toughest challenges. As you have heard from Mayor Bowser earlier this year, one of our biggest challenges will be our comeback from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is why earlier this year, we released DC's comeback plan, a 5-year strategy to reimagine our downtown, fill empty office spaces, attract high-paying employers, and keep and bring in more residents and provide more equitable economic opportunities and amenities in every neighborhood. And we can't do this alone. Partners like the Council of the District of Columbia, local businesses, and residents play a critical role in helping us reach these goals. So the goals are big, and we know that we'll achieve them together. And these uncertain times require all of us to think big and differently, which is what EOM is focused on, engaging residents of every aspect of DC's comeback plan, as well as the early stages of the mayor's formulation of her FY24 budget, because we think working with residents is the best way to move our city forward together. So the team EOM is instrumental in ensuring our residents are engaged in their government and aware of programs and services critical to their daily lives. To that end, our EOM agencies and offices work tirelessly every day to communicate with the public and ensure Washingtonians in all 8 wards are heard and seen. I will now highlight, the work that various EOM agencies have completed recently. The Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, affectionately known as the MOCRS, led by Director Julia Irving, works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to address neighborhood concerns and connect residents to government services. They lead community solutions legally to bring together district agencies to resolve issues flagged by residents and ANC commissioners. We have a new class of MOCRs that recently just started, and we want to thank them for answering the call to public service. The Communications Office, led by Director Susana Castillo, ensures our many policy initiatives, agency services, and public safety messages are shared with the public through broadcast, print, and digital media. The communications team has continued to work tirelessly to ensure our programs and initiatives are amplified in the media. And the Mayor's Correspondence Unit, led by Director Jim Slattery, helps to ensure constituent letters, emails, and the ANC portal, as well as listserv messages, are responded to in an accurate and timely manner. The Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, led by Steve Walker, has been charged with implementing strategies to increase transparency in appointments process and filling vacant appointment positions. MOTA also appoints and reappoints members of boards and commissions on behalf of Mayor Bowser. And I know I'd be remiss if I didn't remind everyone that DC is hiring. We post all executive and accepted service positions on mota.dc.gov. That's mota.dc.gov. So I encourage anyone who's watching and wants to join our team to please check out the various opportunities available. You could also check out opportunities at together.dc.gov. That's together.dc.gov for more information. The Mayor's Office of General Counsel, led by Betsy Cavendish, provides legal guidance and counsel as we implement Mayor Bowser's policies and initiatives. OGC, working with MOTA and the Office of Government Ethics and the Office of Open Government, carries out the mayor's vision of government service as a public trust by providing trainings to hundreds of new employees and boards and commission members. OGC also provides ethics advice and serves as a liaison between the mayor's office, the auditor, and the inspector general. The Mayor's Office of Policy and Innovation, led by Director Jenny Kessler, leads our work on the Bloomberg Government Innovation Program. Last June, Mayor Bowser and Bloomberg Philanthropies announced a new partnership aimed at transforming the digital landscape within DC government. And along with 5 other cities from around the world, Washington, DC has received a 3-year grant to launch an I-team or an innovation team, which will focus on leveraging data and digital technologies to improve public services and provide a better digital experience for our residents. They're currently working on a permitting project with the Department of Buildings and with the Deputy Mayor of Operations and Infrastructure. The Mayor's Office of Scheduling and Advance, led by Director Courtney Hill, works diligently to ensure Mayor Bowser can engage residents in all 8 wards through events and meetings. And of course, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, led by Director Jackie Reyes, works with our constituency-focused offices. The MOCA cluster includes many critical offices, many of which have already testified before this council in their oversight hearings. We're proud of the work of each of these offices that they do to amplify government resources and programs with our many constituencies throughout the district. So in closing, I'm proud of our EOM agencies for all of their hard work during the pandemic and the work we know is that is ahead as we work towards DC's comeback. Together, we'll ensure that Washington, DC remains the best city in the world and that all of our residents have a fair shot. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. I'm happy to address any questions that you or committee members may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Customarily, I like to examine the testimony, and I think that's what we'll do first. And then I have a few questions based on testimony we received from the public this morning. You indicated that the Office of Talent and Appointments certainly processes the appointments and fills vacancies. But I wonder if in posting those jobs, if you also have the boards and commission vacancies posted as well, or where can the public find that? And second part, if agencies or programs are looking for volunteers, I'm thinking activities like the ambassador program that we have with the senior department, if there are those postings as well.
Thanks for that question. So the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments has a lot of information on their website, mota.dc.gov. They do list boards and commissions, and we actually do that for the vacant boards and commissions, but we also have which boards and commissions are filled to kind of give people and show people the array of different opportunities there are, because there are times where sometimes there are some boards with term limits, and there are also just an opportunity to show people what may become available as well. So MOTA does that engagement for us. And then the second question about volunteer opportunities. So within the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, we have Serve DC. And what Serve DC does is they serve as a hub for volunteer opportunities, both with the district government and in community-based organizations. So that is where we actually go to sort of have a clearinghouse for volunteer opportunities. There's a number of days of service that we do throughout the year, but then there's also ongoing opportunities. So whether someone can volunteer just, one day, or they want an ongoing commitment, they could do that. One of the programs that they run for us is the Snow Angels program, where residents actually work with their neighbors who maybe are seasoned neighbors who can't, shovel. Luckily, this year, and since we're talking together on a 60-degree day, hopefully this is the case, we haven't had to mobilize the Snow Angels, but it just kind of gives you the plethora of different opportunities to volunteer with the district government.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I want the public to understand that there are opportunities and we need you and want to have you involved in what the government is doing. I do have a few other prepared questions. Let me just move.
And Chairperson, while you go through that, I'm just gonna, if I could, plug the snow team. Like I said, my fingers are crossed, as well as my toes are crossed that we don't have to mobilize this year, but it's a good way for people to engage. So you just go to snowteam.dc.gov, and that's where you could sign up for it. Snowteam.dc.
All right. Thank you very much. I think it's really important that those who listen and those who will maybe have an opportunity to review the hearing today know how they can get involved. I think more than ever, since we've been confined for the last couple of years, it's important for us to know that government's up and running. Come on out of your home and get involved, engaged again. So that's my motivation for this, pushing really hard in that direction. In your response, you listed several MOUs, memorandum of understanding by your age. Can you highlight some of the ways these MOUs benefit DC residents?
Yeah, so and I don't know if I mentioned them in my testimony, but I have to give a shout out to Support Services, which is led by Fitz. They are in the courtyard level of the building, and they provide exceptional services to not just the executive office of the mayor, but to some of our leadership positions as well, to provide that administrative support. Sometimes it's transportation and logistics to help the mayor's office stay focused on the mission. So there are a number of different MOAs and MOUs that we have in order to just understand what the expectations are of our different offices and how we work together with one another.
Thank you very much. I know Mr. Fitzhugh, and I'm, so proud to say that I know him and had the opportunity to work with him many, many years ago. So I know, and he's sterling, or he was sterling then, and I'm sure he's even more so. So I'm happy you have given him a shout out. I think our longstanding employees deserve, and we should remember them and make it clear that they are just what we need to keep the government moving forward.
Absolutely. And then we do have other, and this actually goes to some of the resident testimony, Chairperson. We do have some other MOUs, like our Office of LGBTQ Affairs, which helps do trainings for agencies. And that is important, speaks to what one of the resident testimonies talked about. So we have some MOUs and MOAs in place in order to really make sure that's formalized. And that training can be regular and can be something that the agencies kind of have as part of their work plan.
Thank you for that. And on that note, let's talk a little bit about the law that requires that the agencies have a coordinated point within the agency that would deal specifically with LGBTQ issues. And it's my understanding that we need a better response from the witnesses' testimony. Do you have any updates on that, where we are with that?
So I did take note of it, and I'll follow up with the office to just get a better understanding of our compliance government-wide. So we can come back to the committee with that information.
All right, and you heard the specific a request that there be a separate budget section that relates to the Office of LGBTQ, very much like some of our larger, offices within the government. Is that something that can be considered? Should I include that in my ask to the mayor?
Well, I think there's a little bit of cohesion that happens, and our ability to kind of work together. One of the things that happens in the mayor's office of community affairs is while they have individual missions, a lot of times they work together to carry that out. And I know that that's something that we pride ourselves on, that community affairs reaches out, because a lot of times they cross over constituencies, even with their individual engagement. So we think that it works efficiently now. And so we're supportive of continuing as we are, but definitely understand the feedback.
All right, thank you. And let me ask you about the clemency board. Just wondering, as it relates to the board, how is our government proceeding? Are we making requests of our delegate to Congress to push so that we can function in the District of Columbia much in the way the other states function?
Yeah, so this is an office that we've actually housed with, or a board, I should say, that we've housed in our Office of General Counsel. And they've been diligently working to stand up the board and also to start to begin to accept applications. I would say that they've had hearings. They've had some closed meetings as well to kind of set up their administrative and operational priorities. And so they've held 13 public meetings. They've been working with community organizations to get the word out about the work of the Clemency Board. And I know that for this year, their goals include working to start to process more applications. And so that's something that we think is a place that we could expand. It also has one vacancy on the board right now. So for folks watching who are interested in engaging, go to mota.dc.gov, mota.dc.gov to express interest. I think that seat is reserved for somebody who is a lawyer. And so if there's a lawyer watching who's interested in that work, this is a good time to reach out. But we are proud that we've stood up the board, that they've begun to really engage with stakeholders, and now the work advances on accepting and reviewing applications and pushing them forward. Now, you also asked about sort of the process, and this gets to home rule and to becoming a state. So definitely this is an important conversation, and we know that this work of the board is important to show that we can govern ourselves, something that we think we've already shown in various different ways.
I agree. We've shown it in various ways. I'm just wondering if now is a good time to be pushing hard. It sounds like from the media stories that the mayor is in good form with Congress. And so I just wondered if now would be an appropriate time to push really hard, and just thought I would reference it this morning in our hearing. Thank you. What services does the Serve DC office provide to support the summer youth employment program?
So there's our opportunities within Serve DC for summer youth employment. The other thing is, and this actually goes back to the previous question about opportunities. One thing is that our Office of Community Affairs, at every touch point, our Community Affairs office is trained cross-trained, I should say, across the government agencies to understand the opportunities that we have within the district government for our residents. So really, their work includes both, having summer youth employment participants, but then also promoting the program as well.
Okay, so Serve DC would be promoting the summer youth program. Okay.
Yes.
Can you discuss your relationship with the Immigrant Justice Legal Services grants and how the use of pro bono legal counsel ties in?
Yeah, so this is actually a program that the mayor started several years ago with the support of the council. We've actually grown the amount that's allocated each year with the council's support and coordination. And we've actually had a lot of interest in it. I know that we started with a program that was a $500,000 program. The latest in this year, it's actually now a $3.5 million program. That allows us to allocate, or I should say to award about 25 grants. And so we had in this year 22 returning grantees and 3 new grantees. So there's interest both in those who have done the work and then there's new organizations who want to come on board. So what this does is it helps people know what their rights are. They've conducted 276 Know Your Rights presentations that's actually educated and empowered about 13,000 individuals in DC. They've done a series of legal screenings, nearly 3,000, or I should say just over 3,000, and provided about 2,000 brief legal consultations. Then there's 518 limited scope representations, and then a total of 2,500 full scope legal representations. And so that has yielded nearly 1,300 successful resolutions of immigration matters for district residents. So I know I spouted off a lot of numbers, but really with that last number, that final number is really the one to kind of hone in on as one that has shown that it can be successful to help our residents get a determination on their immigration and citizenship status. So this program is something that, like I said, started with just $500,000, is grown to $3.5 million, and it has helped over 1,300 people get an immigration determination.
Thank you for that, and thank you for making this an active program. This
absolutely
sounds good. Yeah.
And and I just want to be clear, that 1,300 was just those numbers that I spouted off, the 1,300 too. That's just for FY22. So just want to make that clear, not over the life of the program.
And so therefore I can assume that, or there's a likelihood that there will be an increased budget request for FY 2024.
Well, I think what it, and I actually don't have each year's performance, but I think what it shows, especially with 22 return organizations and 3 new ones, is that by doing it over and over again, we both find more efficient ways to serve residents and get them to an immigration and citizenship determination, and we have new applicants who are on the way. So in terms of the funding level, I wouldn't comment on that just yet. I know the mayor will present her budget on March 22nd, but I do think that in terms of the investment that we have made, if that's been a good investment, it really has been, because it's helped DC residents, and we could share more of those numbers with the committee.
All right, and I guess I'm thinking too about the additional immigrants that we have absorbed in our community from Texas, Arizona. I'm just wondering, and wondered if you have any numbers that indicate any of those individuals have gone through this service, as an example.
So a little bit too early to tell at this point, but it is something that we're monitoring.
Okay, thank you. Please tell us what the purpose of Howard University study related to racial equity in housing is all about.
So this is actually a partnership with us. As you know, the district has made historic investments, and I say the district because Mayor Bowser has championed it, and I know you and your leadership on the council, and you've led your colleagues to really push for us. So what we want to know, though, is making sure that all residents have access to that housing that we all are investing so much in. So we're working with Howard University to really analyze, to make sure that one, people know of housing opportunities, and that when they go and seek those housing opportunities, that they don't face any hurdles to be able to occupy that housing, to actually find a place to live. So it's important work that we're doing. I wouldn't want to get ahead of the study and kind of guess what they might summarize, but I will say that it's important work, and I know it is something that is critical as the district continues to invest a large amount in housing production. People sometimes will ask, well, who's it for? And part of what this study will hopefully show is how people are accessing it, where we have to make improvements, and then how we can make those improvements. So we're excited about the work ahead.
Thank you very much. And I am excited about it as well, because I think it will convince our community that the goal is an extreme challenge, and that bottom line is you have to have the resources in order to access these products. And how do we get DC residents the resources so they can access the products? I think that'll be one of the outcomes of the study.
Well, and you're right too, because what the study is going to really hone in on is some of our home purchase. So HPAP, our home purchase assistance program, our EHAP, employer assisted housing program, to make sure that they can fully be utilized. The folks understand how they can be utilized. And so we know that you worked with the mayor hand in hand on HPAP to make sure that we raised the limit. And I think we did that because we were I know we did it because we wanted to give more residents more buying power. And now, as we head into this environment of higher interest rates, it really has been the way that people can move forward with purchasing a home. If we didn't have this higher limit right now, so I give credit to you and the mayor for the foresight and the vision on it, we really would have district residents at a great disadvantage in this high interest rate environment. So that's what this study is going to analyze, is how we fine tune these programs to make sure we're giving more residents a fair shot.
That's very good. And I suspect that one of the findings might be, or tinker around in the area of credit rating, given that the whole process really began in the 80s, and looking at the value of it. And I don't know, for the survival of our community, of the District of Columbia, we may find that we have to guarantee certain loans. I'm just suggesting, in order to have giving everyone an opportunity to live in the District of Columbia. And I'm thinking too, we need to start thinking about maybe in our market rate units, if we could set aside a few units for seniors, set aside a few units for young adults, young professionals that are, maybe our teachers and others that are trying to give back in the community through their occupations and their work. If we could look at that, thinking about how we handle some occupations across the country, like Teach for America, you do 5 years and whammo, you no longer have tuition expenses hanging over your head. So just thinking about how we can be more creative so that we do have a good base of citizenry living within the confines of our city.
Absolutely.
All right, does your office have any thoughts about restructuring the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs?
How do you mean that, Chairperson?
Well, you have the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, the Office of Latino Affairs. You have the LGBT Affairs, the Office of Nightlife. It's many different little entities, and some relate to the culture, and some tend to relate to your so-called subdivision within the community, Office of African American Affairs. Just wondering, just curious about that.
No, I mean, the one thing I'll kind of point back to is, as we were talking about earlier, it is helpful for these offices to be under one umbrella in that their work is very similar. They also have kind of small but mighty teams in each of the offices. And they do a lot of work to reach a lot of people. And their work is similar in that their core mission is to make sure that district residents are able to access district services. And so one of the things that is an advantage of them being under the same umbrella is that when we think about those opportunities to cross-train across agencies and to understand district programs so that they can later then connect people with district programs, it really does fall under kind of one umbrella, one mission. And so that's what Director Reyes provides, that support to all of those offices, those support direction to all those offices in order to make sure that they're working together in some ways, cross purposes, but they're also carrying out such a similar mission in making sure that the district is accessible to everyone. District government is accessible to everyone.
Thank you. Can you sort of just explore with us for a minute the role of the EOM in the city's crime prevention efforts? I mean, what's really going on? What can we say? EOM is doing this, doing that.
No, absolutely. And it kind of goes back to my last response, but in addition, really, this is a top priority for Mayor Bowser to make sure that we're communicating all that we're doing on public safety. And our Office of Communications actually helps lead that work for the district government. So just this week, Mayor Bowser talked about legislation that she thinks is important for the council to put forward in order to ensure better public safety. That was on Monday. On Wednesday, she was with the Metro GM to talk about a new partnership between MPD and Metro Transit Police. And then just yesterday, the mayor was with Departments of Park and Recreation, as well as the Mayor's Office of Gun Violence, and now the next director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement. And all three of those events are executed by the Mayor's Office of Communications in partnership with the Mayor's Office of Scheduling in Advance. And so our role is to make sure that we're clearly communicating to residents all that we're doing to address public safety issues, and then also making sure that folks are aware of our resources. So whether that's the private security camera rebate program, which is a widely popular program that the mayor started and the council has supported each and every year, to programs like something that the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture execute, which is active shooter training. We hope they never have to utilize that training, but it's important that restaurant and hospitality, excuse me, just going to take a sip here. That restaurant and hospitality operators have that training and their staffs are confident and competent in executing it in the very unfortunate incident that it does happen. So there's a lot of ways, both in communication, understanding programs, and then actually running programs to make sure we enhance public safety.
Okay, if I could ask, and thank you for that, and I'm on board that all of this has certainly taken place. What I would really think would be helpful to the community is to understand how the mayor, how the EOM decides what issue is of great concern at a given time and how it is promoted. And what I'm asking, is this a situation where there's a news report and then the EOM receives a preponderance of correspondences from the public and then reacts to that? Or is there a plan? Okay, we're going to fight violence, and here are the steps that we are going to begin with. And then we add, I'm just trying to understand that, how does the EOM really work on a major issue like this?
Yeah, so what we have said since the start of Mayor Bowser's administration is the mayor sets the vision, and then it's upon all of us who work for her and with her to find the people, policies, and processes to implement that vision. So, just to go through sort of the announcements that we made this week, obviously, the mayor has been clear that she thinks there should be a different approach legislatively. And so we worked with our partner offices in the Wilson building to craft legislation, as well with other outside stakeholders to craft that legislation, to put that before the mayor, and then ultimately the mayor puts that before the council. On the MOU with Metro, that's something that MPD has worked on, and then we amplify it by making the mayor available to be with the general manager. And then there's, the Thursday press conference was about kind of the opportunity side of our public safety agenda. And that's where we talked about new grants for community-based organizations to provide new recreation activities to district youth. And so that was something that was in the mayor's budget last year. It's something that the council supported. And so then we implement it from there. So I think in each of those, it kind of shows you that, there's one that's sort of a reaction to a legislative measure that's put forth by the council. The other is something that an agency worked on with an outside agency, MPD and Metro. And then the final one is amplifying something that the mayor and the council work together on in the budget process. So it actually happens all different ways. But what we're here to do, again, is to really implement the vision that's set by Mayor Bowser by putting the people, policies, processes in place, and then making sure that district residents and other stakeholders know exactly what we're doing and that we communicated it effectively.
Thank you very much for that. Can you, you mentioned in your responses that $2.6 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies in 2021 to create the digital innovation team within the EOM. Can you give us some sort of update on that? And what I'm asking, has the project begun? Okay, it has begun. All right. And so what year are we in this grant at this time? Because you received the money in 2021?
Yeah, so, well, we were awarded in 2021, and then it takes a little bit of time to sort of get the grant agreement and such. Okay. So I'll tell you kind of more broadly, though, where we are. So part of the process, and one, let me actually back up even further. We actually competed for this grant with cities around the world. So we're one of only 6 cities to get this grant, and it's a new grant area for Bloomberg Philanthropies, which is to really support innovation teams or I-teams, as they call them. And so our engagement, although we were awarded in April 2021, began before that in order to compete for this grant. And what they were tasked with doing is hiring a team. So there were a total of 7 FTEs that are supported fully or in part by this grant. And then they, after establishing the team, started the work of engaging stakeholders on what kind of innovations we're looking to put in place. And so that work has been underway throughout 2022. And really now it's fine tuning what the final project will be and working with our stakeholders to ensure, and when I say stakeholders, in this case, I mean our agency partners, to ensure that we are aiming to do the right thing. So what they're looking at it with housing being such an important goal is to really look at the permitting process at Department of Buildings and to make sure it is as efficient as possible. So this is something that we obviously do. I mean, that's what the Department of Buildings does each and every day. So this work that the I team will do will be in support of that as they carry out their mission.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It certainly is needed. Let's see. Can you give us your perspective on the economic situation facing our city now? I note that in your testimony, there were a few points that you were making, and if you could share those with us so that we would understand where we are on the economies of our community.
Yeah, so there's a couple different indicators and ways to kind of look at this. One would be, our tax revenue is a reflection of the economic activity that's happening in the district. So that has been strong. The other indicator to look at it is our jobs, the number of jobs in the district, just the total number. And so right before the pandemic, we were cresting just about 800,000 jobs. And because of the pandemic, we dropped down to about 712,000 jobs. Now we've actually begun to really recover. And the latest report by the CFO's office is that we have 774 jobs. So we went from 800,000 to 712, and we're back up to 774. So that's another, and that's really important because it impacts the next item that I'll cite, which is the unemployment rate, which now stands, I believe, at 4.7% in the district, which is heading in the right direction since the pandemic. Because for us, creating jobs is critical, but we need to make sure that those jobs are, filled by district residents. And so that's some of the important work that DemHead does, but we also work with the Department of Employment Services to make sure when jobs are created, that they can be filled with district residents. And then there's the DC Comeback Plan. And what that does is really lays out some goals for what we want to do in terms of ensuring that the District of Columbia is a place where there's thriving people, successful businesses, and opportunity-rich neighborhoods. And so we want to make sure that over the next 5 years, we create 35,000 jobs, that we fill those with as many district residents as possible, that we grow our population, but we do it by retaining all of our current residents and adding new ones, and that we also find ways to increase the number of people of color who start businesses. And so those are just some of the goals that we have. But what that does is it sets up a way for us to measure how well we're doing. So we have those couple indicators that show our economic strength, and we're on the path to full recovery and then get to growth. And then we have the district's comeback plan, which that will allow us to kind of measure going forward how well we're doing in creating and ensuring that we enable thriving people, successful businesses, and opportunity-rich neighborhoods.
Thank you. I'm a little familiar with the comeback plan, and of course have some thoughts about that. But I wanted to dwell for a minute on the unemployment rate, and wondered if you have numbers that would indicate the number of jobs that are available in the district that are not filled. You could share that with us. And then secondly, share how we as a government plan on filling those jobs, with the approach being to zero in on our residents.
Yes. So one of the things that Mayor Bowser wanted to ensure when we went from the second term to the third term and had a transition was that district residents know that DC is hiring. So even in the executive office of the mayor, while we have nearly 120 district funded FTEs, and we have a couple more, as we talked about, that are grant funded FTEs, overall in the executive office of the mayor, we have 9 vacancies. So those are 9 opportunities for district residents to apply. So that's why we set up that together.dc.gov site that people can go to for one, sharing their big ideas, but then also looking for those job opportunities. So I would really kind of defer a little bit more to DOES and some of the great work that they do, because they can tell you the plethora of programs to get DC residents ready for jobs in DC. But in terms of the DC government, there's definitely a whole array of opportunities for residents to look at together.dc.gov. And where, if you go to that site, it actually will redirect you to our careers.dc.gov, which is where we have all of our postings for throughout the government, and then moda.dc.gov, where we have our executive and accepted service and appointed positions listed. So really for us, it's important that we keep getting the word out to district residents about these opportunities and make them aware of them.
All right. Well, DOES and the Department of Human Resources is in the committee now. And so we certainly are examining that. But what I'm asking is from the mayor's office, when you're talking about DC is hiring, are we talking about 9 positions? Or are we talking about 9,000? Or are we talking about 90,000? The public, is jaded. It understands that if there are only 9 positions, it's a slim chance that they'll get those jobs. If it's 90,000, might have a chance.
So it's I wouldn't have off the top of my head the number of positions that are open on together.dc.gov, but I would say it numbers confidently. I could say that numbers in the hundreds across district government. So that means there's hundreds of job opportunities. The 9 I alluded to are within the executive office of the mayor. So those are still opportunities we want district residents to apply for, especially because of the requirement that accepted and executive service live within the district. So we want to make sure the district residents know about those opportunities. I know when we get to budget, council member, you'll be asking me how many vacancies we have. So I want to see, and I'm looking at Tomas and Steve, making sure that we have as few of those, that number 9 is lower than it is, or is lower than it is now. So we'll work.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right. I'll let that rest. Thank you. And let's see. I think I've pretty much covered all of our questions. Pretty much. Oh, I do want to ask, how long is the process from application to becoming a board or commission member? Is it 90 days thereabouts, or 30 days, or?
I hate to answer it this way, but it all depends. I mean, it depends on whether there's a vacancy. Once we've identified a person to fill a vacancy that we have, we do require them to get some information to us in order to present them. Many times they have to be presented to the council. So that takes a little bit of back and forth to make sure that we have that information complete in order to enter it to the council. Or submit it to the council and then enter it into the record. So there's some back and forth, but I will say that it is a pretty efficient process once we've identified who we're going to put forth, and then send it to the council. And then, in terms of how long it is at the council before action is something outside of our control, but we try to get these to the council as quickly as it's possible.
Okay, thank you. Can a member of the public just apply to be on a board or commission?
Yeah, so actually one of the things that we added, and we did this at Together, this actually is something that we emphasized at together.dc.gov for both our job opportunities and our boards and commissions, is a way for people just to submit their resume to kind of show us their experience, and then we can identify a board. So to your point, sometimes people just want to serve and they're not sure where their services might be needed. I think I will say, though, I do encourage people, especially when they're seeking a job, to really try to keep looking through the jobs listings in order to really apply directly. Because my advice to everyone, and I tell folks all the time, you got to keep applying in order for your opportunity to come to fruition.
All right, well, thank you very much. And on that note, I want to thank you for your testimony this morning, and we'll move to the next agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will turn to the Office of the Secretary of the District of Columbia. The Office of the Secretary provides protocol, public records management services to the mayor and the district government agencies. The office is made up of 6 small offices with several important functions, including ceremonial services unit, the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuance, the Office of the Notary Commissions and Authentication, the Office of Protocol and International Affairs, the Office of Public Records and Archives, and of course, the main office of the secretary. And in addition to managing the district's archives, commissioning all notary publics, and publishing the District of Columbia Register and municipal regulations, the Office of the Secretary is responsible for maintaining official records of mayoral actions and preparing executive orders, proclamations, directives, and administrative issuance. And the Secretary is also responsible for authenticating the proper use of the seal of the District of Columbia. And she attests to the authenticity of official records, bond documents, and other documents of the executive branch. And she serves as the Chief Protocol Officer of the district, acting as the district's liaison with the diplomatic and international community. And so now I'm going to, I see Secretary Kim Bassett, and so I'm going to swear her in and then come back to any public witnesses that we have. I understand we have a clock ticking for a ceremony that she must conduct. So Secretary Bassett, would you raise your right hand? All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statement that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right. Thank you. You can begin when you're ready.
Sorry, you're muted. Ms. Bassett.
Thank you.
All
I was
right.
so excited.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members of the
Good morning.
committee, staff, and guests. My name is Kimberly Bassett. I'm Secretary of State of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to be here to discuss the FY 22-23 performance metrics for the Office of the Secretary of the District of Columbia. Joining me virtually today are senior members of my team, Alma Candelaria, she's our Deputy Secretary, Victor L. Reed, the Administrator for the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances, who also serves as the Office of the Secretary's General Counsel. We have State Archivist Administrator for the Office of Public Records, Dr. Lopez Matthews Jr., who has joined the Office of the Secretary in April 2022, and the Director of the Notary Commissions and Authentications, Judy Gold, Weewick Rembrandt, who's our Operations Manager, and the Director of our Ceremonial Services Unit, Terry Handy, and the International Affairs and Protocol Officer, Dr. Christine Warnke. Beverly Perry, the Senior Advisor to Mayor Bowser, will also share with the committee some highlights from the Office of the Secretary on behalf of the Office of the Senior Advisor. And I want to thank Ms. Perry for her amazing leadership. Today, I will share the activities and accomplishments of each of the respective offices within the Office of the Secretary. The Office of the Secretary is comparable to the Secretary of State's offices in other U.S. territories. It is the official resource for protocol, legal records, District of Columbia history, and ceremonial recognition for public, government, and international community. The Office of the Secretary is also the official custodian of the corporate seal of the District of Columbia. The Office of the Secretary has a staff totaling 29 and is comprised of 4 offices and 1 unit. The Office of Notary Commissions and Authentications, the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances, the Office of Protocol and International Affairs, the Office of Public Records and Archives, and the Ceremonial Office Services Unit. So in FY23, OS added 2 additional FTEs, and we want to thank Mayor Bowser and the budget team for these important additions to our staff. The Office of the Notary Commissions and Authentications, ANCA, commissions notaries public and authenticates documents for foreign use. The office has fully resumed its normal operations. The office opens for walk-in customers for document authentications and also administers the oath of office in person for all notary applicants. The office continues to receive notary applications online through its on-base platform, and this service was not interrupted during COVID-19 pandemic. In FY22, the office received 8,675 notary public applications, including applications from government employees. The difference between government employees and the public is the fees for government employees are waived, while the public pays $75 for 5-year commissions once their applications are processed and approved. After much delay, ANCA is on track to implement in-person e-notary services. We anticipate the services to be available next month, March 2023. As an e-notary, the notary public can notarize documents electronically, and this can be done on a computer, phone, or tablet. However, the individual must still personally appear before a notary. ANCA is finalizing the online application, updating the website, and the notary handbook. The office has also notified the vendors capable of providing technology for e-notary and e-notarization. It's coming soon to DC, and once implemented, the entire process will be digital. ANCA is also working to improve Bill 240457, remote notarizations. We have drafted the rules, and the remote notarization will follow after the implementation of the e-notarization in March of 2023. The primary mission of the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances, which is ODIA, is to provide for the prompt preparation, editing, printing, and publication of the District of Columbia Register and the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations, the DCMR, under the District of Columbia's Documents Act of 1978. ODI continues to publish the District of Columbia Register every week. And in FY 22, ODIA published 16,265 pages of the District of Columbia Register. And during FY 2022, ODIA successfully drafted, confirmed, codified, and published a backlog of 381 DCMR chapters and 2,282 DCMR sections of final rulemakings. The Office of Documents reviewed, edited, processed, and published 326 rulemakings in FY 22 and reviewed, edited, and processed and published 184 mayor's orders. The District of Columbia Register, the Office of Document staff continues to evaluate its online platform, the DC Regs, to determine if the recently implemented system met the performance objectives of the office and ease of use, and determine whether improvements are required. ODIA also worked with Octo to implement the rule audit history function for tracking the codification process for each section published in the online District of Municipal Regulations. The Office of Documents is also responsible for drafting and compiling the district's government-wide FY 22 annual FOIA report. The FY 22, the office processed 6 FOIA requests, of which 1 request was granted and 5 were transferred to appropriate agencies. The Office of Protocol and International Affairs, OPIA, it serves as a liaison to the Washington, D.C.'s diplomatic community and international community. Most activities at embassies have resumed in-person events. OS continues to participate in events hosted by the diplomatic community and its embassies around Washington, D.C. In 2022, the Office of the Secretary held more than 80 meetings to connect with embassies with resources that DC has to offer and fosters a productive friendship with members of the diplomatic community. The Office of the Secretary also actively coordinates meetings for the International Visitors Leadership Program, a program by the United States Department of State, which brings international visitors to DC from around the world for mid-career educational exchange programs. OPIA serves as the coordinating officer for these meetings with DC government officials. In 2022, we hosted 17 groups with 170 participants from 61 countries. The Mayor's Embassy Neighborhood Task Force has been very effective in solving embassy and neighborhood issues. The task force continues to function in a COVID-19 environment by addressing and solving problems via conference calls and emails. The task force facilitates better relationships between DC residents and embassies and has created a channel for communication for the federal government, DC Council, and DC residents. The task force has successfully addressed issues such as trash, parking concerns, vacant properties, noise complaints, and much more. Most recently, the task force helped to remediate water and oil leaks from embassies' properties into an environmentally safe waterway and roads. The Ceremonial Service Unit is responsible for processing requests for ceremonial documents from the mayor, including proclamations, citations, certificates of appreciation, public service awards, letters of greeting, retirement letters, congratulatory letters, condolence letters, and more. The Ceremony Services Unit produced over 721 ceremonial documents in FY22. The Office of Public Records, OPR, is comprised of 3 departments: the DC Archives, the Public Records Center, and the Library of Government, with a total of 8 staff. 1 additional FTE was approved for FY23. In April 2022, Dr. Lopez Matthews joined the team as our state archivist and our OPR administrator. Since our last hearing, significant and continuous progress has been made in OPR. The office has implemented the archival content management system, the archival services software platform, and the digital archive platform. The office has also conducted site visits to DC and Maryland, where the DC government record depositories have been identified. OPR is actively engaging with the Archives Advisory Group. OPR has reestablished and convened the first meeting of district-wide record management group in October 22, and has developed and researched a guide to support district records managers. OPR leads the capital project to build our new state-of-the-art archives building. To better serve researchers and support archival preservation, OS has purchased and acquired 3 archival management systems, including a collections management system, a digital archive, and a content management and curation platform. OPR has also developed a digitization program to increase access and support to digital preservation. I'm sorry. To support the effort, the office has purchased equipment and set up for 4 scanning stations. A digitization workflow has been created to properly manage the handling of original documents. Long-term digital preservation guidelines also have been implemented to safeguard, digitize, and born digital records. The Office of the Secretary has restructured OPR, establishing a dedicated 4-person records management team led by a records informational manager who supervises 2 record information management specialists and a staff assistant. There is 1 vacancy, a records information specialist, and we're in the process of filling that position. OPR continues to work towards the goal of moving into the new building. The new facility will provide better security for the collections and the enhanced access for the public. The project includes the selective removal of the University of District of Columbia, UDC's building number 41, and the construction of a new purpose-built facility to accommodate and the updated program for the Office of Public Records. So after it was paused in 2018, the project restarted in June 2022. The project team has already completed the program requirements phase and is currently in the concept design phase and expects to complete the schematic design phase immediately following this phase. The Office of the Secretary anticipates the completion of the project in winter of 2026. The Office of the Secretary works with several other organizations and city agencies to coordinate various ceremonies, conventions, parades, and festivals, including the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, DC Emancipation Day, the National Cherry Blossom Festival. I also serve as a board member of the National Cherry Blossom Festival. For commissions housed in the Office of the Secretary, I serve as chair and advisor to the Martin Luther King Junior Holiday Commission, Chair of the District of Columbia Emancipation Commemoration Commission. The Office of the Secretary also plays an important role in the mayor's swearing-in ceremony, oversees the annual DC One Fund campaign, and the DC Democracy Grant. Every year, in collaboration with the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Office of the Secretary, and the Emancipation Commemoration Commission plan and organize an Emancipation Day parade, a democracy breakfast. These traditional events are expected to return in 2023. The democracy breakfast will resume in person this year after we paused during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Office of the Public Records and Commission partnered with community and university groups, historians, and subject matter experts to develop and plan lecture series throughout the community in DC. With the success of a hybrid event in 2022, we will retain the same format this year. So for the 2022 collaboration, the theme selected by the Emancipation Commemoration Commission was the 160th anniversary of the DC Emancipation Day. The March for Freedom continues. And during the 2-week celebration, OS and the Commission organized 5 lecture series by prominent historians and subject matter experts. We held the DC Statehood Now panel with former Mayor Sharon Pratt Kelly, Senator Paul Strauss, DC Votes Bo Chef, and Jamal Holtz of 51 for 51, moderated by our commissioner, Ayanna Hawkins. We had a live DC Emancipation Day jazz concert with Dr. Hubert Smith, and a 2-week-long celebration ended with the Emancipation Day Parade along Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. For 2023, the commission met for the first time on January 26, 2023, to begin planning for the year. A total of 6 meetings are scheduled for the commission before our celebration and holiday on Monday, April 17th. The commission on the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday assists with the district celebration to commemorate the birth of Dr. King. For this year's celebration, the commission participated in the annual Martin Luther King Memorial Breakfast organized by the UPO, the United Planning Organization. The commission volunteered in the Mocha's Glove Drive at Franklin Park and a senior food drive at the Arthur Caper Community Center in honor of the 2023 Martin Luther King Day of Service. Martin Luther King Day Peace Walk along Martin Luther King Boulevard was resumed to its original format. As mentioned, the Office of the Secretary administers the DC Democracy Grant, awarding $200,000 in grant funds each year to advance the district's statehood effort. In keeping with Mayor Bowser's priority of funding fresh ideas, we identified organizations through the request of application process to promote voting rights and statehood for the district. The FY23 DC Democracy Grant recipients will be announced in the coming week, and our goal for this year's grant remains the same: to strengthen awareness for statehood for Washington, DC. The Office of the Secretary executed another successful DC1 charitable giving campaign chaired this year by former Director of the Department of Energy and Environment, Tommy Wells. The 2022 DC1 Fund campaign raised nearly $1.1 million. So in closing, I'd like to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership and your support. And we appreciate the opportunity to share our accomplishments and plans for a continuous improvement. And we look forward to working with the committee. And this concludes my very lengthy presentation. My staff and I are happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony, your very thorough testimony. We do have a few questions, as always, and I will jump right in. First, I want to really make a statement to Mr. Reed, the administrator for the Office of Documents and Administrative Issuance, and who also, as you said, serves as the Secretary General Counsel. Mr. Reed, when we see a report like this, it just causes us to pause and want to thank you for the numerous documents that go through your funnel, so to speak. Just really think it's important that we recognize our employees that are providing exemplary service just by volume alone. I'm sure you're an excellent employee as well, but the work that you're doing is tremendous. And I say, please keep it up because we're going to receive more and more documents. So thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Thank you for your service. And if you want to make a statement about how many pieces of paper you touch and how fast you can do it, you can do that right now, sir.
Well, we've had a very busy FY 2022. As the Secretary stated, we've published over 16,000 pages of materials, including the Council, the Executive Office of the Mayor, independent agencies, and subordinate agencies. Our team is small, but we work collaboratively and very hard. And most importantly, I'd like to commend our staff for reducing our backlog of codifications. We've had multiple hearings before you over the years where citizens have complained about our backlog, and we made real good progress last year collaboratively, where we, as a full team, reduced that backlog, and we're now able to publish codifications each Friday, and so we're current.
Well, thank you very, very much for that. And you know how much we as a government and the public depend on the publications that come through your office. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have, and I want to thank Ms. Gold for her work. The e-notary work, I'm sure, is something that we all stand up and appreciate. And so, Ms. Gold, I want to shout out to you as well. In fact, to all of your employees, Secretary Bassett. But these two come to mind because I know that the public is fragrantly engaged with these employees and the work that they do. So thank you very, very much. I did want to ask about the, let's see, I'm looking at this. Wanted to ask Ms. Gold about the new process that we will have in place, and that's the remote notarization. How are we coming with that? Are you feeling comfortable that we can do this effectively?
My apologies, Councilmember. I do not see Judy Gold in the webinar.
Oh, you do not? All right. Okay. I will reach out to her. I'll ask the Secretary, where are you really on this matter?
So we have the, Victor, you got on. Do you want to answer?
Sure.
Okay.
We have drafted the regulations to implement the new law regarding remote notarization. Those regs are about to begin the review by our senior leadership. That is the Office of the City Administrator, the Mayor's Chief of Staff, and as well as the Mayor's Office of General Counsel. That process is lawyer driven, so it will have a back and forth before those rules are finally published in the register as proposed regulations. But that process is very much underway.
Okay, and that's the process that still requires the person seeking notarization to appear before a notary, even if it's done electronically. Am I correct? Okay.
Correct.
Just want to make sure. All right, well, thank you. Thank you again. And let me turn to, I've got a notebook here, so I have to at least do my best to follow it. All right. To ask about the vacancies in the Office of Public Records. How do they affect the current staff workload?
Dr. Lopez, would you like to answer or I can answer for you? Okay.
I can answer. Can
Lopez,
you,
welcome. Nice to see you.
how are you? Nice to see
You know, you're appearing as a
Am I?
as a ghost.
It's a blur. I know, I look like a blur. I might need to turn around. There's light behind me. So I'll turn around after I answer this question and I'll look better.
All righty.
So we do work very hard, and adding an additional staff member will definitely help us in accomplishing our goals. We just brought on a new staff member, an archivist in our office who has already hit the ground running and has been very helpful with us. We're bringing on, as Secretary Bassett mentioned, a records and information specialist who's going to be very helpful in assisting us with helping our outreach to district agencies and supporting them with their records management programs. That's been one of the goals of the office, to really support district agencies with their records management programs so that we can ensure that all of the records of the district are preserved.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about the archives, and thank you very much for joining the team. Your position has been highly sought after, and so we're delighted to have you on the team. It says in the secretary's testimony that you reestablished and convened the first meeting of the district-wide records management group in October 2022 and developed a research guide to support district record managers. And that is those of us in the various agencies, correct? Okay.
Correct.
And so you've been meeting with the representatives of the agencies, I assume.
Yes.
And one of the issues in previous years when we've held the oversight hearings has been influencing the agencies to understand the value of deciding what they're going to keep and would send to the archives. Update me on where we are with that.
Well, I'm excited to say that this week, actually just yesterday, I sent to the secretary a records manager handbook that was first started by Clarence Davis, and I completed that handbook. So I sent it to the secretary for her review. And we are currently developing online tutorials to certify the agency records manager. So that's currently in process based off of the handbook.
Okay, so in other words, we are beginning the process of better informing the agencies of what would be required of them in their role to keep documents.
Yes.
Okay, and so how long, when do you expect to complete that particular task? When I say completed, that is have reached all of the agencies.
Well, that's I'm hoping to really get the agencies along. I'm trying to have another district-wide records managers meeting in either April or May, and reaching out to the different agencies. Secretary Bassett has been really helpful in assisting with that because some agencies don't have records managers. And so she's been really helpful with reaching out to directors to get them to understand that they need to identify someone as a records manager and that it's very important to have someone as our liaison.
All right, would your office please send to my office a list of the agencies that have record managers and the names of those record managers, please? We would like to, and then a second list of those agencies that would like to have maintain records, but you do not have a manager today. That would be very helpful. And can we get that within the next, let's say, 10 days?
Certainly.
All right, that would be very, very helpful. You mentioned that you have purchased some new equipment.
Yeah.
And Mr. Matthews, Amanda, I see you on camera. I'd like to see Mr. Lopez. Okay, all right, I see Mr. Matthews now. Okay, all right. I think you need to adjust your camera, Amanda. Mr. Matthews, you indicated that you had the collections management system, digital archives, and then content management and current platform. Can you tell us a little bit about those 3 different systems that you have now?
So the collection management system is going to allow us to better understand the records that we currently have in our various repositories. It'll allow us to search them, and it'll also allow us to provide online finding aids for the public to search and better support their research. The digital archive is going to be for our digital collections, and that will be for the public to search our digitized records and also allow them to search our finding aids. So that'll actually be combined in one system. So it's they can work with each other to allow the public to search the finding aids. And then the content management curation platform is the one that we're using to create the research guides to support research for the records managers as well as for the general public. We've been able to streamline some of the way we receive requests and better organize the way that we've been able to receive requests using this system.
All right, so the content management and curation platform will be facilitate the public's questions or access to the system.
Yes, and it's already,
okay.
It's already paying off.
All righty. Long-term digital preservation guidelines have also been implemented to safeguard, digitize, and born digital records. Are we talking about birth certificates kind of stuff, or are we talking about something else?
We're talking about everything that is in a digital format. So once we digitize records, you have to have a way of organizing them. You have to have a way of tracking them. And so that's a part of those guidelines. We also have a lot of born digital data. As you know, everything is created on a computer now. And so you have to have a system of tracking that information and a system of ensuring that that information remains accessible and is preserved for, well, hopefully in perpetuity. And so that's what those guidelines do. They're based on industry standards.
All right. So what materials will be held at the new archives building that you anticipate will be a vertical out of the ground with the proper shelving and climatic environment, et cetera, in late 2026. Yes, I saw that. So we're now talking 2027. I got it.
No.
Well, my point.
Please don't say that.
No, but my point is,
yeah,
we're talking about a very important building structure in our community. It is going to house our history, and when we talk to our public witnesses, they can, particularly those that have been tracking this situation for years, they're very, very concerned. And so are we, and we should be as a government. And so I just want to get some clarity as to how are we moving along? Meeting the deadline is very important. I'll give you an example. When this community said that they wanted a baseball stadium, it entered into an agreement that stipulated that if you finish on time, certain conditions will exist. If you finish prior to, then there is a financial reward. And I'm not suggesting that is what would be needed here, but I'm just trying to bring home the point that, we have to really be intentional about this. It has been in the makings for 20 years that I know of. And so just really want to make sure that we're being very, very serious about this process. And you began the discussion by talking about getting the agencies ready by having a documents manager sort of on board. So that's one side of it. But the other side is the actual construction. Now that we have said this is the location and the design and the volume. And so that leads me to the question about even the volume. At one time, I was informed that we had documents in many different places. I think even in Nashville, Tennessee, as an example, in Maryland. And so I just wondered, when do those documents come into being back into the city? Is it after we have everything built and in place? Okay, now are we going to wait until we have the building and the shelving and the cooling system, and then take a look at those documents and see what needs to be preserved? Or are we going to try and make sure that they are well preserved so that when the doors open, the files can be admitted into and on the premises?
Well, some of that Secretary Bassett can answer, and I'll let her answer the part about more about how the process of the new building is coming. But I will say, for the records that are stored at the various repositories, the ones that are at the federal records centers, which are around the country, those are properly stored and documented and accounted for. As far as some of the ones that are around the city and in Maryland, we are implementing a project that we should shortly to survey those records. That's something that we're developing so that we understand what is there. Now, in terms of bringing it back, that would have to wait until the new facility is built, because we don't have anywhere to put them. So that's why we really need this facility to be built and be fantastic for us. So.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I see Ms. Gold has come on, so I just wanted to, Ms. Gold, welcome. Happy to see you. I just had a question about the notary process and, trying to discover how it's going as you're thinking about the e-notification process that you're going to have to administer.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and I'm sorry about the glitch in my system earlier. I think we're going well. As the Secretary mentioned, after some delays, we should have the in-person e-notarization process functioning by next month. We want to get that in place and functioning before we do the remote notarization. And as Mr. Reed mentioned, he has drafted the rules for remote, because there are rules that obviously always have to go along with the law. We also want I tongue twist a little on this, forgive me. We want the remote notaries to have the training required when they're e-notaries to understand the electronic technology, because to be an e-notary, you must have training on that electronic technology. So we are moving as fast as we can, and we believe very strongly in the council's legislation. We just need to move methodically as well as fast as we can. I can't give you a date for remote. It's based on obviously publication of the rules, comments we might get on the rules, and then, you know, rewrite if there needs to be any redrafting of those rules based on comments. And that could take some time. It's also based on implementing the e-notaries and seeing if there are any, I hate to use this technical term, but glitches in that system. But I think we are finally and delightedly, if that's another word, progressing really well. And I know people, our customers are very excited, and it's exciting. The vendors we're working with on the e-notaries and then on remote notaries, we're keeping them apprised of where we are. So I hope that helps to answer your question. And again, I'm sorry for my earlier technological problem.
No problem. Thank you very much. Just wanted to, have an opportunity to hear from you on that. I know this is an important system, and you did mention the training aspect, the training of the notaries in the e-notary process as and what is it, in-person notary process. So I want to make sure that we get that done. Would that be included in the regulations?
No, it's required by law.
Okay, but would you within the regulations stipulate how that training must occur and the timeline for that training?
Well, what we're saying, I think, and it's been a long time now since I've read any of the drafts because it's just been a while. I think we said we either didn't care because it's up to them. They can't become an e-notary until they take the training and provide us, of course, with a certificate that proves they took the training. Like they can't become one until they pay the application fee.
All right.
Right. So, but we may have said, it may be in the law that it says 30 days. I just can't quite remember.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And I'm rushing now. I see my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, who is a member of the committee, and Councilmember, welcome. And I hope I haven't hogged the show so badly that I took all of your questions, but here it is. Please go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bond. No, you didn't hog all my questions. You helped refine them, so I'm really grateful. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to participate. It was great to see you last night, Secretary Bassett. Maybe I'll see you at the budget forum. Maybe I'll see you again over the weekend. My questions are going to largely be about the archives. A number of people have reached out to me about the archives and the importance of that project. And some of the things that I was going to ask about have been touched on, but maybe we can refine it a little. One of the issues around the archives was how we decided what to keep and what to go. And I take it from Mr. Matthews that materials have been developed and training is going on about making those kinds of decisions. My understanding was that some of the folks in the activist community on these issues were concerned about things in recent legislation. And I wonder, Mr. Matthews, if you can describe perhaps broadly what kinds of criteria you're suggesting to agency managers about deciding what to use and what to save and what not to save. And I take it there are different materials, I think you said, like a notebook and training videos. And I wonder if those things are public so that the folks who have been working on this for 20 years have an opportunity to look at those things and have input on them. So I'll stop there and let you react.
So I would say that we provide guidance in terms of a general record schedule that just covers general records developed by district government agencies. And then we work with the specific agencies to develop their specific record schedules, because those are done specific to the agency, and those need to come directly from the agency because they understand the work that they do, the documents that they produce. And so we work with them using our expertise in archives to kind of say, okay, well, these really are historically valuable and will provide for future research into what has driven policy and decisions in that agency. That's really the guiding principle. What has driven the work of that agency or office? And so that's really the guiding principle. And so we work with them based on industry standards, and then we help them use those and craft those to their specific agencies. And so that's the limit to it. And yes, the handbook and all of the training materials are online, and everyone who wants to see them can feel free to go look at them.
Okay, well, thank you for that. This is, I have not been deeply involved on this issue, but I know that there are lots of people who feel very passionately about it. And the reason they feel passionately about it is it's the history of the District of Columbia and they want to get it right. So, and to the extent that there are questions about, you know, how deep we should go in what we say, I'll be curious to hear the public witnesses, and I hope you all will be listening to hear what their suggestions are on those subjects. Second, you said a different thing that folks have reached out to me about, and that there's some concern about, is the documents that are in the region but are not yet cataloged, and the things that are in, you know, further offsite, ironically, are cataloged. The things that are close to us are not. And you said in passing that you're in the process of surveying those materials. I'm curious if you can just speak to what does that process look like? What are the kinds of things that you're doing?
We're going to bring on a team to actually go on site, to actually physically go through the records and develop a listing of what's there. So we know exactly what's there, how many boxes are there, and what the material are. And then decide, is that material really permanent records? And so that'll be the end goal once that process is completed. Are they permanent? Do they need to go into the new facility, or do they need to be destroyed?
So again, you know, that's one of these things where it's a subjective question about what needs to be kept and what doesn't. And there are folks, again, who have worked on this for decades. And so I hope you'll be receptive. You can't do it document by document, but there, you know, there's a general sense of what it is that others who are close to this world suggest be kept. And I hope you'll be receptive to hearing that from people. A different thing, and it's great that I am delighted that this will be located at UDC, and I'm delighted that you will be working with UDC and that you'll hammer out, and the jazz collection at UDC that you're going to be working with as part of this collection. I think that that's just marvelous. That's a fabulous collection. There are references to trying to sort out an agreement with UDC, some sort of a memorandum of understanding of how things are going to work between you. And I wonder where that stands. And I don't want to get in the middle of your negotiations, but I think that all of us who are boosters of the archives want to make sure that the archives is fully able to operate in the way that it needs to be able to operate. And so can you speak a little to where we are in that discussion with UDC and give us comfort that nothing will happen in that process that will in any way impede the archive's ability to function in the way we all hope it will?
So I would like to say that we are definitely in talks with UDC. We've had several meetings, and Ms. Perry might be able to speak more directly to that. But we're very confident that we're going to move forward and get this done.
Can I add, we have transmitted to UDC a draft of the memorandum of understanding regarding the project. And that is under review by their general counsel, and it will need to be approved by the Board of Trustees of the of UDC. But the important thing here is that this is a project or a deal that both parties want. So then it's a matter of a negotiation to make sure that each side's interests are met. But the most important thing is that this is a deal project that both parties want. So my assumption is that we all will move in good faith to execute that, to negotiate and execute that agreement for the best interests of all parties, including District of Columbia citizens.
And that's wonderful. And once there's a memorandum of understanding, a concluded agreement, that will be a public document.
Yes.
Yes. So I have two more. I might go over, but just by a little, and I'd ask for license, Chairman Bonds. I'm very, very excited that this will be at UDC. It gets close to an area where there had been thought about putting fields. And I hope that as UDC and you all work with UDC, that we preserve the ability to have playing fields in the area that I think is behind there. And I don't know where that stands in terms of the concept plan. I want a great archives building, but we also want great recreation facilities and facilities to support UDC. So I don't know if in the discussion about the design there has been a sensitivity to that, but I hope that there has been.
There has been.
There has been? Okay, great. When Chairman Bonds said it's going to be 2027 and folks were shaking their head, I had been a little puzzled. There's a reference to the winter of 2026. So the winter of 2026 could be December 2026, but it could also be January, February of 2026. Which are you thinking of? Because there are 12 months difference between those two, and there actually is a reason why it's very significant.
So the plan right now is to have it done in the early to mid part of 2026. So not the late winter of 2026, but
okay. So that's a comfort to me, and I will just close by adding into Chairman Bond's urgency in getting it done on time.
Yes.
So, and people may have heard me speak about this before. When I was in high school, there was a giant event called the Bicentennial, and tens of thousands of people came to Washington, D.C. for the Bicentennial. And that was 1976. And 2026 is the 250th anniversary. And there are a lot of people coming to Washington, D.C. in 2026. And we want that archives open on July 4th, 2026. I think we need to, and this is a separate thing that will be an emphasis for me, we need to seize the moment of 2026 to tell our story to the country. And if we haven't achieved statehood already, to use it as part of the effort to get statehood. And having a jewel of an archives ready, I think, on the campus of UDC is very important to that. So I would do everything I could to get it done by the middle of 2026. And with that, I went 20 seconds over, but I'm a freshman, so give me a break.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember, you did very well. Thank you very much. And if 20 seconds is all that there is, but you would have, as a personal privilege, you would have easily had more time if you needed it. I do want to really talk a little more about this, preparing the documents that go into our archives. And I want to talk about it from the perspective of something that Councilmember Fruman mentioned, the aspect of those who have been tracking this development of an archives, wanting to have say. And that's really what it is. Let's just face it, it's what it is. And so I have to ask you, Mr. Matthews, Dr. Matthews, if there is a standard that is given to the agencies that they must follow in the way of what it is that they would, as you call it, consider permanent records. Have you given them instruction so that they know exactly what to keep? And I ask you because I've been advised by a few people who are very animated about the archives that I need to keep this little piece of paper and that little piece of paper. And so it would be very helpful if I understood exactly what the anticipation is of all of the agencies. That's my question.
Yes, the answer is yes. The first basic line are the documents that cover policy decisions and the actions of the agency when it comes to their big and major decisions. So anything related to their major decisions, policy changes, programs, that's the bottom line of that. And so that's what we use the general schedule to do. Give them a baseline of what they need to preserve. That's the baseline. Like that's the general.
Okay, and so the baseline, is it specific to say emails, staff reports, documentation or comments you receive from the public? I'm exploring this. Obviously, I don't have the right terminology, but just trying to think about the kind of paper or information that comes into my office here at the council.
Yeah, and that's why we work with the agencies to see what information really drives their decisions. And so if those comments drive your decisions as an agency, then they need to be preserved and they need to be made available for people who are looking into how did a certain decision get made. And so that's why we work with the agencies as they develop, these record schedules that are the governing documents.
Okay. So the information that you have shared with the agencies is descriptive enough so that they can make judgment, or you have trained them to, by example, by sample, to look at various documents so they know what they are to keep?
Yes, so we work with them. Our DC archivist works with them to do appraisal of their record schedule. That's why the record schedule has to be approved by OPR. Because once they create it, we then go through and say, okay, you know what, this is correct, this is right, based on, what the industry standard is. So we work with them. Now we'll say the Office of the Secretary was very generous in creating record schedules for a lot of agencies that didn't have them. And, I applaud Secretary Bassett for taking that initiative because it has really helped move things along. And it's really given us something to work with the agencies on to say, okay, here's this record schedule. Does it fit with your agency, as we work with them? And so that's one of the things that our reorganization is helping to do, build a closer bond with the agencies. As our staff increases, we'll be able to do more of that.
And I remember at the beginning of the testimony from the Secretary's office, it was referenced that you have conversations with the archives advisory groups and individuals. So I'm pretty sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that those individuals have shared with you the types of documents they believe should be preserved that would fall on the permanent records. Am I correct?
We haven't really had those types of discussions. We've mainly focused on the construction of the new building, but I would say that, public input is definitely wanted and definitely something that we, take into account, but you also have industry standards that you need to abide by as a reputable organization.
Okay, so now you're into another domain. So would you consider, or maybe you can comment now, is there a need or an interest of having a community advisory team that would focus exclusively on the records aspect of the archives and provide you as an advisory team as to the kinds of records that they feel strongly should be contained in our archives. And it could go beyond the standard. It could be maybe investigating the history of the city and maybe some of the, these oral history documents that people like to do. Like I remember in 1873, so and so and so, of course they wouldn't remember. But, I'm just wondering if it's something, would that be helpful?
I would say no. And I say that as someone who is a professionally trained archivist.
Right.
And someone who has years of experience. I understand that the public is very invested in the archives, but this is a professional field. There are professional standards that we follow. And I think that straying away from those professional standards could be very detrimental to the preservation of the records. I mean, you have to have a standard with which you work from. And this is a field that, while it does not get a lot of respect from the general public, a lot of hard work has been done to develop standards of what needs to be kept. I mean, the Council of State Archivists, I am a part of that organization. We meet monthly. All the state archivists come together and meet monthly. We discuss our issues with preservation. We discuss best practices. We discuss, what each of us are doing to preserve our records. And this is a field, and this is, an area that there are standards that need to be adhered to. A lot of work has been done to do this. We work closely with NARA. They set national standards, there are international standards that we follow. And so I think that would be unnecessary. But I will say that we do take into account feedback that we receive from the public. I've been very open to meeting with, and as an example, the Archives Advisory Group. I attend their meetings. I provide updates if they have questions. I'm giving a presentation for the Friends of the Archives later this month to share kind of what's happening with OPR to them, to keep them updated on what we're doing. So I'm being as open as, I'm being very open with where things are and what we're doing with the public so that they can understand where we are and to, kind of bring them along.
Okay, well, then I have to ask, has consideration been given to creating our DC Archives is Coming website where anyone can provide suggestions, and therefore for transparency, all these ideas can be thrown up on the so-called message board and people can see and add to it or give you comment? Would that be helpful?
That could be helpful, and we can do that with our digital curation platform. We can build the site and take comments, and we can certainly do that.
All right, I was just thinking that might be helpful to all of us at some point. So I would, if that's possible, we'll explore it. I'm sure we'll explore it at budget time. But I want to thank you very much for your comments. And I see that Mr. Reed is still with us, Ms. Gold, and of course the Secretary Bassett is with us. And I want to thank you very much. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any additional questions of this panel?
Thank you, Chairman Bonds. No, I'm good. I got in all my questions with my extra 20 seconds last time, so I really appreciate it.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you, Office of the Secretary of the District of Columbia. And we will now move on to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, council members. Bye-bye.
We will now move to the Office of the Senior Advisor.
I'm sorry, council member. We actually haven't heard yet from the public witnesses for the office of the secretary.
I'm very sorry. Yes. Oh, my goodness. Yes. I was looking at the clock and trying to. All right. Yes, please. The public witnesses from the Office of the Secretary are Kimberly Bender, Bill Rice, Trudy Peterson, Carl Bergman, and Fritz Mulhauser. And so we will have them to enter the room and bring them up immediately. And my apologies. I realized I'd taken quite a bit of time and thought. Ms. Bender.
Hello.
You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for the opportunity to testify today. My name's Kim Bender. I'm the CEO of the Hyrick House Museum. I'm also a member of the DC Council's Archives Advisory Group, but today I'm here testifying as co-founder of the DC Archives Advocates, which is an advocacy group. I am before you to discuss the Office of the Public Records in DC Archives. And as you know, that the district's archives is the largest and most important collection of DC history. I am pleased to report that almost all of my concerns that I had last year at this hearing have either been resolved or are on their way to resolution on an appropriate schedule. Last year, I was most concerned about the lack of a qualified expert to lead the daily operations of the DC Archives and the planning process for a new DC State Archives building. I'm pleased to say that Secretary Bassett hired an exceptional state archivist, Dr. Lopez Matthews, as you just saw, whose initial strategic plan has already brought many significant changes, from the implementation of a new electronic catalog system to training of DC agency record managers to more open research hours, and those are just a few. Dr. Lopez and Secretary Bassett have been key to moving forward the new State Archives facility planning process, and they've been working closely with Hartman Cox Architects, DGS, and Octo, and we are pleased that the draft of the design concept plan, the first phase, was just publicly released. Successful completion of this project requires the council to still remain vigilant. Looking to the next 12 months, the mayor and the council must first fund staffing so that Dr. Matthews can operate the current facility with the appropriate number of employees, and more importantly, prepare the backlog, scattered, and often damaged collection for the new facility. 2, fund both the design process and the building. Specifically, we would like to see the increased capital budget promised by the senior advisor in her testimony last year. And 3, engage archive users in a collaborative planning process at the earliest possible opportunity. The renovation of the MLK library has received professional awards and general acclaim, which stakeholders attribute to the exhaustive public engagement process. From its earliest phases, the library planning team engaged 14 focus groups, held 60 community meetings, crowdsourced ideas online, held public meetings with the architect, had a library design roundtable, and enlisted the assistance of an 18-member advisory panel, which that's all information that I received from the library. To date, the team building the DC State Archives building has not held a single public meeting nor engaged future users in any meaningful way about its design or use. We would like to know whether DGS or the Office of the Secretary have any plans for public engagement during this process. Time is of the essence for this kind of input, because once this phase is complete, the complexity of work and technical features mean that it gets more difficult to change the project with every week and more costly. Thank you for your consistent oversight for and support of a new DC State Archives building. You really helped get this project off the ground, and now your continued support will help make sure it makes it across the finish line with all of the resources and input it needs to succeed.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think many in DC, we are the same mind. We want to make sure we have a bona fide, functioning, wonderful archives. And so in order to do that, we will have to stay on top of it. That's just the nature of things, particularly with so many moving parts, construction, files, the process for saving ongoing, history that's being established within the confines of our city government. So this is really important. Miss Bender, you just said that there have been no public meetings with DGS. Am I correct? As it relates to the physical process?
Correct. There have been no public meetings at all about this. And we just think that a public input process is key. Just as, it's not a warehouse, it's a usable space. People will be in there. And so we think users should have input into what happens there.
All right. And so is it your impression that the design that is being suggested is going to be outside of what is the standard requirement?
I think that's a big statement. I think that when you have a public building that's going to cost this much money, that the public is going to be using, it's going to be open to the public. Everyday researchers are going to be in there. People are going to be visiting to attend exhibits. I think that, there are tons and tons of experts around, people who've used archives. Judy is a major archives expert. I think that design is collaborative. And so there is nuance to this stuff that needs to be input into this design process. And I'm not really sure that that's happening at this moment.
Thank you. I appreciate getting that. And you mentioned an 18-member advisory, am I correct? Advisory group or something to that effect in your testimony?
The MLK had an extremely robust public input process over, I would say, years. I'm not suggesting that we go that far, but it's like at this point, all or nothing between those two things. So a process would be nice to see.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Because I guess I was thinking along the same lines in my questioning of the, okay.
I really like hearing you suggest the website. That I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think that would help us a lot. Okay, I appreciate that. And now I have to turn to Mr. Bill Rice.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, go right ahead.
Okay. My testimony says good morning, but I think it's good afternoon. I am Bill Rice, testifying for myself as someone who is very deeply interested in preserving and the dissemination of our history in the district. My involvement goes back to when Phil Ogilvie set up the DC archives in the Barry administration at 1300 Naylor Court in the Office of Public Records as the Secretary of the District. I am a founding member of the Friends of the DC Archives, FDCA colleague Carl Bergman, who you will hear from shortly. Just to go into a little bit of history, the present effort began when then Mayor Gray. Unfortunately, the project did not really get off the ground. It stagnated, in large part due to the uncertain result with the pick of UDC. Matters are now moving in the right direction. Led by Chairman Mendelson, the council created the Archives Advisory Group, which you have already heard about, and it is a forceful advocate for the new building and a hold the agencies accountable body. In the executive, Beverly Perry, Mayor Bowser's senior advisor, and Secretary Kim Bassett, who of course you've heard from, are paying the necessary attention. Dr. Lopez Matthews, our new state archivist, has taken charge of the building project and of managing the district's records. The Department of General Services has released important reports and studies by Hartman Cox, and as you are hearing, AGG is closely analyzing these documents for everybody's benefit. You will hear much more of that from the chair of the AAG, Trudy Peterson. In closing, I want to bring 3 follow-ups to the attention of the council and the committee. Regarding digital record keeping, I refer you very forcefully to Mr. Bergman, who tells us the DGS concept design should not treat digital records as, quote, an afterthought. 2, GGS, along with the state archivists, need to bring the public in now to examine and comment on the studies and plans, very much seconding, if not thirding, Kim Bender's point that you, Chairman Bounds, have discussed with her. And of course, many more staff and resources for Dr. Matthews, so he can immediately begin to start and complete a full inventory of the holdings of the archives. It is a wonderful facility that has incredible treasures in it that are hardly known to anybody. And if I may take up on a couple points that came up in your previous discussion, I am very much struck, Chairman Bonds, by your concern about what's kept and not kept. That is a very important and important question for people to understand across the agencies, to keep what's important and throw away what's unimportant. And for my council member Fruman, to make sure we celebrate the anniversary with the opening of the archives and make it the centerpiece of that, one of the centerpieces of that celebration in July 4th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we want to follow up on the digital records that are also important. And so it sounds like we're going to hear from you said Mr. Bergman, who will be speaking on that. Okay, give us more insight into that. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rice. I know that this has been a concern of yours almost as long as I've known you. Since I think I've known you as long as I knew Phil Ogilvie. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Who actually worked for me. Okay.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah.
If I may say, you should put that in your oral history, Madam Chairman.
I hear you, but no, really and truly. And Phil was a big pusher on, we got to have an archives. We got to. So I remember him fondly. Thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome.
And so now we'll hear from Ms. Trudy Peterson, who is the chair of the Archives Advisory Committee.
Very good. I'm going to make an effort to go. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. And I appreciate the opportunity to applaud the work that has gone on in the past year. The Archives Advisory Group, which is an official body of the Council of the District of Columbia, has been really pleased with the selection of Lopez Matthews as the new state archivist and public records administrator. We think it's an excellent choice. We've had excellent working relationships with him, and we look forward to more of the same. We are also delighted that Hartman Cox has been rehired to do additional work of planning the building, building on the work that they had done some years previously. We have seen now both the program of requirements in draft and now the final version, and we've seen the first concept design document. Those have come to us very recently, and we haven't had a chance to examine those last two carefully, and we haven't had any public discussion of them with DGS either. But we are very pleased with what we are seeing so far, and we want it, of course, to continue. I'm going to raise a couple issues, but I want to be clear that we are not in any way indicting the current secretary or the current administration. These are issues that have been growing in the city for years. There are years of neglect, as you and Bill Rice well know. And so what we're doing now is we're trying to put these things right. You're right to be concerned about all the records that are scattered around. Hartman Cox, in its report on the program of requirement, said that they estimated that outside of the custody of the agencies themselves in their offices, and excluding big ones like police and fire and DDOT, they estimate there are at least 25 more storage locations in the district, and there are somewhere around 200,000 records that don't have a schedule as to what to save and what to toss. Now, a foot of records, if you think of a brown cardboard box, 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, and you think about 200,000 of them, that's quite a few. And Hartman Cox said in its report, effective moving will require a survey of where those records are and whether they're pertinent or can be destroyed. And so we absolutely believe this has to be funded. So my points to you are, we have to keep funding this important project of design and then construction. And we will be very much interested in what the mayor's budget shows for that. But we are on the way and we can't stop now. Second, we need to make sure that we give additional staffing and authority to hire both permanent and contract workers to the Office of the Secretary and through the Secretary to Dr. Matthews. As you could see from his testimony, he has a full load of work already. And this unfunded mandate essentially is building the new building and putting together the team that needs to go out and do the survey, figuring out what kind of equipping needs to go into that building. All of that requires staffing, and he needs it, and he needs it now. And finally, of course, what we need is more public engagement. I echo Kim Bender, I echo Bill Rice. We need to have regular public engagement, and in part, it's to show the citizens of the city what's going on. What are they going to be able to do when this facility is finally completed? What kind of things will go on there? And we need to engage them now. We need to interest them so that when they celebrate with us the opening of the building, they feel it's their facility too. And that's what we want to make sure happens. Thank you very much, Council Member.
Thank you very much for your testimony as always. And I'm very happy that things are beginning to percolate in the right direction. And thanks for putting that on the record. That's very, very helpful. I am concerned about these 25 locations, as you said, and I'll get back in touch with Mr. Matthews to discover what are we doing specifically about these locations. That's very important. I see the secretary is still on, and so we'll be asking her specifically about that. And when you talk about more public engagement, are you speaking of what do you have in mind? What do you think would work?
Okay, the first thing I'd have is I'd have a charrette. I'd have a little design show of what the building might look like, where people might enter, where are public function rooms, what would a research room look like? Could I rent a room for my ANC meeting? How would people get in and out? Is it safe? Where's my public transportation? All of those kinds of things. So you can begin to say, aha, you can really use this. I'd have one specifically dedicated to the campus community at UDC and let them see what this might look like and how they might be able to interact with it. And then I think your idea of a website is great, but I'd have a regular series of meetings that show what the progress is. We've now decided this. It's going to look like this. But we need to draw in the public, and the public has good ideas. I was involved in building Archives 2 out at University Park, Maryland. And we had an advisory group of scholars for that one. And they told us things we never would have thought of. They truly did. And we changed the plans based on what they said. So you just can't underestimate what you're going to get if you open this up to some public discussion.
Thank you for that. And I guess I'm thinking about the organization that you represent. I believe your organization was you're the Archives Advisory Committee, which was established by Chairman Mendelson some years ago. Am I correct?
That's right.
And so perhaps what we are speaking of today is an opportunity to expand this advisory committee so that we have a arm that's concerned almost exclusively with the physical plant, another that would be concerned with comments as it relates to what should be in the archives. And then maybe another group that would be concerned with how can we use the archives. I'm just wondering, in other words, is there, in your opinion, room for expansion of the Archives Advisory Committee in some fashion, or do we need some independence of these particular products that we have to wrestle with?
I think that's actually a good idea. We're too small. We would need many more members to do that.
Yes.
But I think that the idea of having content as opposed to the box that the content goes in is indeed a good idea. And I'd be very interested in discussing that further. Let me say also, though, that we advise you. We advise the council itself. And so it is through you that we then would pass on that kind of advice to the administration.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's an exciting concept. And I think as we are beginning to embrace the fact that we are coming up on the 200th anniversary, it makes a lot of sense to get the public more involved in what we're trying to accomplish. There may be more interest. And so thank you very much for that. Thank you. Our next witness is Mr. Berman. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. I want to say at the onset that echo what others have said about the Office of Secretary and Office of Public Records. In the last year has been a great increase in vigor and strength, and Secretary Bassett and Dr. Matthews have certainly given us more new and good news than we've had in many a year, and we commend them both for what they have done for the program. I'm testifying for the Friends of the DC Archives, which was formed 9 years ago, and we're professional archivists and concerned citizens interested in preserving and managing the district's records and archives. As the committee's aware that it has a need for a modern archive facility and has been aware for a long time, for years, finding a location for it made slow progress. That problem was resolved by a site now at UDC. The new facility's operation also benefited from the council's creation of the Archives Advisory Group, which we just heard from. Its reports clarify many issues and provide the council with sound and policy recommendations. There has been a significant progress of the facility's design for the first time. In December, Hartman Cox, the Office of Secretary and DGS's archives consultant, released its concept design for the facility. For the first time, we have an idea of the archive siting, what it will look like, its floor layouts, and its main systems. The design represents a prodigious amount of work. While I'm concerned about one major aspect of the design, I recognize the great effort that went into the design. And my written testimony has the first floor layout there. The issue I want to address is how the concept treats digital records. Digital records have come to predominate both private and public sectors. They've grown in kind and volume in ways that were not easily predicted. For example, 5 years ago, no one would have predicted how ubiquitous police body cam videos would become. Yet these are commonplace, numerous, and quite important. The concept design, however, treats digital records as an afterthought. The design has 1,000 square foot digital archive server room on the first floor. The second floor has one electronics record processing room of only 400 square feet. In contrast is Washington State's digital archive system. Established 19 years ago, their archives has 243 million digital records now, of which 85 million are searchable. Their technical configuration I put in my testimony as well. Contrast this what is proposed in the district. Here's what we believe the facility system should have. Dedicated 24/7 power. The concept design talks about having just an uninterruptible power supply, or UPS. An UPS only allows for the control power down of a system. So if you have a power outage, it would allow the server to come down without losing data. But you want to keep them up 24/7 so that people can get at them. There's a great need for backup power. There's a need for offsite controlled environment. In other words, instead of keeping the servers at the archives, which is not a server facility, it needs to be offsite. Management of the holdings should be in the facility, not their data center. The ability to distribute their files dynamically. That is the cloud computing environment. That is that the server shouldn't have to just say, well, this is a server for DGS and this is a server for DHS, etc. That the server's system can distribute this information as necessary. There's a need to control a place for controlling this data network. I didn't see anything in the plan. The space for managing electronic archival inventory in internal and public search systems. It needs more than just 1 square foot room. And then finally, a single search engine for all these archives. Modern archives allow the public to search holdings through the web. And Dr. Matthews has talked about that. Regardless of the facility's holdings, other city agencies will continue to have archival records. Users should not face 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different search engines when they want to find something. Users should be able to go to the new archives website and search all archival records, regardless of where they are and regardless of which city agency has them. To do this, the facility must dedicate adequate resources and space to managing all these holdings. Let me give you an example. The Public Service Commission has put up 100 years of its, in digital form, of its orders. Now, the fact is that they've put a lot of work and time into this. It would be foolish to tell them to give all the new archives digital system. Better to put a uniform search engine in front of it so it's seamless for the user, that they don't even know which servers they're going to or agencies they're going to. Finally, it needs its own website as a gateway to the archives. It's an important concept design is an important step. It needs to treat the district's digital records with a similar degree of importance. As far as staffing and other related issues, we will comment on the 2024 budget. Thank you very much for the ability to testify, and I apologize for going way over.
Thank you very much for your important testimony, Mr. Bergman. I really wanted to make sure that I comprehend what your point is regarding the digital records. You indicated that one, based on what we know about the current plans for the facility, that we need more square footage for digital records. Am I correct?
I would say we need to use an offsite facility which is designed for servers. Servers have an incredible ability to find leaky water pipes. Putting it on the first floor next to the mechanical room, etc., is really not a great design. You want to put the servers where they can expand, you can add more servers to it, and have your own cloud in effect for storage. Servers, you probably have heard out in Loudoun County, the design data centers, 20 data centers in one area. That's because of the demand for this type of storage facility or server facility is quite great. And trying to house them all in the facility is only going to lead to either A, having some awful thing happen to the servers when something breaks, or B, just expands beyond the capacity to house them. And so you really want a facility which is designed for and the purpose of having the data service. You want the management in the facility, but you don't want the servers themselves there.
Okay, all right, so I understand that now. Now you mentioned something about the data network inventory. Tell me more about what that
Well, there's
is.
a data network inside the building itself of all the computers that are managed there. And there needs to be a place for hosting all of that and for the staff there to be able to run rather extensive number of servers, of computers for public use and staff use, and et cetera.
Okay, and that leads to the question about the search engine. You're saying that there should be a search engine that relates
just like
to
Google
agency or some of the larger agencies that do public
own.
publications? No?
They do their own, or they're going to put them up on their own. For example, there was a book written recently about the Hanafi seizure of the district building and the B'nai B'rith and the Muslim Center. And the author found that the police department alone had thousands of pages of testimony, of records and images, etc., which some of which are digitized, some of which are not. And that's what we have in the district government. DOT has its own historical records of images, and you use various ways of finding them. I'm just saying that archival systems you should have one type of research search engine for all the archival holdings. So this won't be done in a day. It's a complex task. I'll give you an example. We did this once in the district government. We used to have a counting system all done by the various agencies. And when the old FMS system came along, we had to bring all of that online into one accounting system. I know I was in charge of that. And that took a long time to do, but it's worthwhile to have a uniform interface. Otherwise, the people will be very soured on what we've given them.
All right, I hear what you're saying. Thank you very much. I would assume that all of this is in your written testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and unfortunately, I think we've let Dr. Matthews go, so he's not here to respond, but we will get something back from him in writing, because we will make sure that we ask those questions or share those comments so that and he's been keeping, I'm sure his office is keeping track, and they will want to provide answers. This is probably some of the discussion that you would have in your advisory capacity, I would assume. Am I correct?
Well, with the Friends of the Archives, we're always willing to discuss archives. But I think AAG, Dr. Peterson's group would be the proper place to have such discussions with the various agencies.
All right. All right. Thank you. And now I see Mr. Millhauser. We'll bring you up next.
Thank you very much. Chairman Bonds, members of the committee, I'm Fritz Molhauser. I'm co-chair of the legal committee of the DC Open Government Coalition. We take an interest in the archives because of our mission to expand public access to government records. And the archives are a quintessential example of a way that the government can engage people, allow them to explore questions of interest through use of records. And the opportunity of the new building and new leadership is just wonderful to behold. Let me simply raise 5 points for consideration, somewhat overlapping and echoing what the colleagues are saying. First, the budget for the new building cannot remain ambiguous for much longer. It's listed as 75 million in the senior advisor's pre-hearing response, but she herself has spoken of 100 million in past discussions, but that's not reflected in plans. The office has declined your pre-hearing questions to say anything about capital budget enhancement. Architectural work can be done sensibly in a vacuum of knowledge about the available funding for the building. So let's get this nailed down for sure. Second, it appears to anyone looking at the situation that the public records staff needs to grow. You've heard it repeatedly. What they told you in pre-hearing responses was that there are 5 people total for all that we're discussing. This cannot possibly be enough to manage all existing agency records, survey the materials due to be archived, execute complex logistics of a move, and then staff the new building so that the public truly begins to benefit. We're not talking about cardboard boxes in a dusty shelf. We're talking about something vibrant and alive that people will come to and be educated by using real materials, and that takes thoughtful staff designing programs. It's an education effort, and the office needs to have appropriate staff. We recommend, as the council did for the Office of Administrative Hearings, which constantly said it didn't have enough staff, the council funded a benchmark staffing study in which funds were put aside for experts in the field, in that case courts and court management, but for this field, archives and archives management, a benchmark personnel study to decide what is the appropriate level of staffing to do the work of this shop. What do we see in other states? Are they all being nickel-dimed and underfunded? Or if there's some that have what seems to be the right level, we could learn from that. But let's find out what's the right set of staff, what qualifications, and what do we have to pay to attract quality people to do the great work that our new facility will encourage. The staff upgrade needs a multi-year plan, not ad hoc year-to-year changes, and a consultant study benchmarking the staff needs of this unit would be a vital resource. Third, public input. It's been explored here this morning several different ways, but look, the committee asked last year for including voices of the public more, and it hasn't happened. The cheerful comments you hear about, oh, we meet. Well, there has been zero discourse on the public comments on the early plans. The public submitted comments. My organization did, hearing nothing back, having no colloquy to discuss our points. We didn't just write 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines. We wrote serious commentary, but there's no chance to discuss it. And then when new versions of plans are put out, there's no engagement to explain the treatment of recommendations. This is not yet a meaningful engagement process. The public library example is a rich counter story. And I hope we can do something similar for this building so that it can be everything that it should be. If the architects follow normal professional practice, they know, just as Ms. Peterson said, they know how to do charrettes, where they talk to client communities and hear tons of valuable suggestions and dialogue about what's possible, what is fantastically costly and what is affordable, and all those questions. And the building grows in quality and public acceptance with every such meeting. They know how to do it. I can only conclude that the administration has not yet encouraged them to do that, and I hope that changes. Fourth, the role of our archivist has to be central, and we hope the committee stays on top of this. Dr. Lopez Matthews is the lead professional. He knows the field. He has to be the client voice in discussions of this plan. And if he's at the end of the table and only speaks when asked to, that wouldn't be the role that best uses his talent and makes his role central. Please satisfy yourself with questions through this oversight cycle and through the year that our archivist is indeed a central player. And lastly, let me commend to the council the problem of the legal framework for DC archives. The statute that governs DC public records is 40 years old. Imagine, just think of all the things that have happened since that law was written. The structure of the role of the archives office, the role of agencies in carrying out a records management program, that all rests on an antiquated statute and needs change. The limits of that law are just uncountable. The council needs to commit to a rewrite. Lots of states have exemplary laws that could guide us, but the legal structure of managing DC records, which clarifies, for example, who's taking care of council records, who's taking care of court records, what's the role of the archives with regard to all 3 branches of government. Do agencies have the right to opt out of their records? Well, all of those questions need to be addressed in a rewrite of the fundamental public records statute. I'm glad that you heard reference to the amazing book by Shahan Mufti called American Caliph, which describes the Hanafi Muslim siege of 1977. I found the book, as well as its extensive footnotes, completely fascinating. And my question was, what does this show us about access to DC history? And I interviewed him because I couldn't see all my answers in the notes. He's a professor of journalism in Richmond. And he said, so much was accidental. The MPD records that you just heard about, which turned out to be extremely important, were kept by accident because a chief thought they reflected well on the police department in bringing the siege to a much less tragic conclusion than it could have been. And so it was only the accident of a politically motivated high official to tell a favorable story that kept some records. That can't be the way we deal with our history. Thanks very much for listening. We look forward to working with everyone in the community and with the council on archives planning, as well as the overarching goal of digitizing DC records. The Committee on Human Resources last year tasked BIGA, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, with developing a plan for that. So there's room for coordination and joint work that's a massive, massive project, and we look forward to helping with all of it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and it touched on many aspects that, believe it or not, are within this committee. Vega is now in this committee, Mr. Mulhauser, so you will have continuous access to work with us on that. So thank you very much for that. You echo much of what we've heard. You're correct in that. This issue about the budget is relatively new. 76 million is where I thought we were, but if there's been some discussion about going to 100 million, and I'm pretty sure we will be increasing that budget, I think it will come to light. So I appreciate that. The appropriate staff, I'm thinking more and more as I listen to the testimony today that we do need to give serious consideration to expanding the advisory committee and to have sort of like task groups that are working on aspects of it. I think that would be something that we would want to look at. So I appreciate getting your testimony. I see Councilmember Fruman is still with us, and he may have a few direct questions. Councilmember.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman Bonds. I have less questions than observations. I'm new to this initiative, and a couple of themes that I think have come up through the course of the public testimony relate to public engagement on the planning for the building itself, having design charrettes, et cetera. And I've been involved in the modernization and construction of a number of buildings. And it's kind of a painful process for DGS and for the agencies to go through a public engagement process. But I think, as Ms. Peterson said, and others have said, it always gets better. And so one takeaway for me is that we need to insist on that kind of an engagement process. And forgive me, I mean, I think that it's very important that that happen with this advisory group, but I think others have said it needs to be broader than that. And the project will get better. The point raised about the placement of the servers, for one, the different kinds of public uses that the building could be put to. When you spend $100 million on a new public building, you need to be very strategic about what you do and to make sure that you fill all of the needs that that building can fill. The second, one of the themes that I saw from the testimony and questions that I'd seen in advance of this hearing was that there are the records that are in the area but not yet been cataloged. And when the government witnesses were here, they spoke to a couple of sites that they are focused on, but I take it there's a whole nother list of sites where there are records and they may or may not be part of that survey process. It could be that they are part of that survey process, but I didn't have the opportunity to ask, or I didn't take the opportunity to ask about that. I want to assure you that in follow-up, we will be asking about that and making sure that everything that's out there is being cataloged properly. I like to think that the agency is going to be receptive to that idea, but it was not a thing that was discussed earlier this morning. Staffing and budget. I guess, and maybe this is a question, that there's two levels to that. One is staffing right now to catalog the things that are out there, to work with the agencies to formulate policies. And then second is the archive building itself and the operation of public records later. And so I think that we probably need to uncouple those things, because hopefully this building is in place in FY 27, that it's done in FY 26, but and so I guess it's FY26 that we're going to need staff for this building. And so it feels like a little early to be thinking about the staff for that building. But the staff to get us ready to where the building is fully operational, that needs to begin to be a focus now. So as one of the themes that I'm taking away. And then last, it's great to see a lot of old friends here. And Fritz, when you talk about the legal framework, that's a little new to me. I wonder often what happens in a setting like this is advocates like yourself come forward with a proposal using perhaps model legislation from somewhere else of what we should do. For me, if I had to start from square one to come up with a new public records law, I would not know where to start. And so I hear you that the council should be working on this, but I think that we need to be partnering with and benefiting from the expertise of people like yourselves who could be in a position to come forward with a proposal that reflected best practices in other parts of the country. So I would just make that suggestion. And I managed to talk for 5 minutes without asking any questions. And I think I'm going to stop there because my goal today has been to listen and learn. And I think you've covered it. I just want to make sure, and maybe somebody can chime in. Those are the 4 things that I took away from this testimony of gaps that we need to fill. And maybe I'll throw it open. Is there something that I missed in that list, or do you think that I've captured it? All right, well, thank you very much. And with that, I will cede the rest of my time. Thank you for coming forward. Thank you for your work on this in this area, and thank you for testifying today.
Thank you very much for the testimony of our public witnesses today and testimony from the Office of the Secretary. We have a number of things to follow up on, and through written documents, Councilmember Fruman, so we will include some of what you pointed out, particularly what Mr. Bergman mentioned, this issue of the legal framework, records management, and that need, and see where we are and how we can move forward with that. Maybe putting it out to the those interested parties around the idea of an archives. I think we will need the assistance of the professional community that is familiar with archives and what they are designed to do if we're going to modify the current law of 40 years old. So we'll look forward to really digging into that. It's a great suggestion that we would have to, and we just hadn't thought about it, 40 years, I tell people 40 years is nothing when you think about a place like Philadelphia that's 400 years old or 300 years old. And here we are, a small new government, basically of about 50 years of age. So I always put that in context, but thank you very much. And thank you again to our witnesses. I think we have the senior advisor ready to testify.
Yes, we do.
And I think we have one public witness for the Office of the Senior Advisor. Is Mr. Flanagan still with us?
Hello, I'm here.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Everyone can hear me correct? Well,
yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Neil Flanagan. I'm speaking on behalf of the DC Archives Advocates, which represents historians, genealogists, and other users of the DC Archives. The collections at Naylor Court are central to my current work, a book about the ways that the founders of American urban planning experimented on the neighborhoods of Washington, D.C. before Home Rule. The old papers in the DC archives tell a story that is notably different from the published versions of this history, and even what is in the National Archives downtown, because they document the perspectives of those who have called the district home. What I found is a clear indication that a fully functional archives will enable a colossal validation of our community's histories. Holding that potential in my mind, it is a pleasure to say that the archives is in the best shape it has been in 30 years. I first appeared before you in 2019 to request an update on the progress for replacement facility, and I and my colleague Kim Bender have advocated for its progress at every opportunity since. I am therefore even more pleased to say that this vital capital project has progressed more in the last year than it had for a decade. The pressing concerns that we brought to the performance oversight hearings have either been resolved or are on their way to being resolved on an appropriate schedule. We appreciate much the progress. We attribute much of this progress to the leadership of the senior advisor, particularly the hiring of an exceptional state archivist, Dr. Lopez Matthews. The vacancy of that position was our biggest concern last year. Speaking in terms of results, we could not have asked for a better person to fill the position. Under his leadership, the archive staff has undertaken an enormous amount of work, beginning with a strategic plan. This is evidenced in published announcements, his regular attendance at meetings of the Archives Advisory Group, and the agency responses. Many of these tasks have required coordinations with other agencies, particularly OCTO, DGS, and the herd of cats called the Records Disposition Committee. And so our ask for the year going forward build on this progress. First, we ask that leadership from the highest levels of the executive should empower the state archivist to an even greater extent and trust in his expertise. Dr. Matthews needs the cooperation of other agencies in operations, policy development, and planning for this new facility. Second, Dr. Matthews needs both operational and capital funding to complete this once-in-a-century legacy project. The senior advisor should fulfill the promise she made at last year's budget oversight hearing: more staff for daily operations of DC Archives, and at least $100 million of funding for the new State Archives building. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for your consistent advocacy and oversight in support of a new DC State Archives building. What we're asking for now is to keep doing and keep talking to us and keep promises that are already made. I'll also say, since I'm keeping it short today, I'm an architect, and in terms of the design charrettes, I think those are very important. Having an open public process is very important. Architecture is a collaborative process. And you do learn a lot from the users. One of the worst experiences I've ever had was doing a final closeout on a project, in a school project, and sitting in a classroom with the teacher. Well, the teacher basically explained that everything we had done was wrong, and that had come from the program of requirements that was developed. And that was just her opinion, but I think it was at least partially true, that she at least wasn't listened to. And I think we want to avoid that. And since I'm also a researcher, I think that I'm very sensitive to this particular case. So I think that is desirable. And I have to note that I think that end issue is primarily coming from DGS, and the contract that does not really include any discussion of public engagement, but increasing transparency and increasing openness in a collegial and friendly way. We all want this archives built, I think will be an important addition to empowering state archivists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We will speak with the senior advisor in a moment and talk a little bit about this $100 million budget and making sure that we have the right planning in place moving forward. So thank you. And thank you for your support for the charrette idea. I can tell you years ago, in another part of the city, there was a public charrette process. And I participated in it. And in fact, we did 3 different charrettes over a period of 20 years, same landmass. Macmillan, as a neighbor in that community. Yes, sir. And each time the charrette came back a little different, a different twist. But yes, the community appreciates it very much and has a better understanding of what is coming into the neighborhood. And I agree that can be a very valuable tool that we use. So thank you for that. Thank you. Mr. Fruman, you might want to speak with Mr. Flanagan.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, and I'm not sure that I have a question. I just want to observe that the work that Neil Flanagan has done over the years has been phenomenal, and the way in which it has drawn on the resources at the archives is really a testament to why this is important that we get this done. I had done a book talk with Kate Masur, who did the book An Example for All the Land, and she said, history is not even history. It's not even the past. History is with us right now. And the work that Neil has done, for example, on the history of Fort Reno and Reno City is actually shaping the way many people in my community think about what we need to do going forward. So this can feel academic, but it's not. It's about recognizing the forces that have shaped us in the past and being proactive to reverse those things where they need to be reversed so we get to a place that's more just and equitable. So I just want to thank Mr. Flanagan for the work that he's done, the important work that he's done, and then echo again for another set of reasons about the work that he could do going forward, because this issue of design charrettes is really important. And I had not been aware that an issue might be in the contract that DGS has done, because that's the way these projects are let out, and they include different kinds of elements. And if this contract didn't include a public engagement portion, that's a specific thing that we'll need to address going forward, because it's always painful, those meetings. I've been in them and been frustrated and frustrated other people on the other side, and seen how other people were, and how it can get contentious in some ways, but it's a really healthy process. And it might not, this could go very smoothly, but the architects are experts in the abstract, but they don't know the very specific things of the worlds in which they are dealing with on a new building. And so making sure that we get in, that the appropriate people and the public has an opportunity to have input on the design of this building has to be a high priority right away, because they're talking about concept design, talking about moving to schematic. Trains can leave stations. So let's make sure that we get input soon.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. We can now turn to our senior advisors. Yes, all right. Madam Senior Advisor Beverly Perry, would you will now swear you in if you raise your right hand. All right, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, we can't hear you. You're still okay.
Oh, I do. I do
have it. Yes.
Madam Chairperson.
All right.
I thought you had to unmute me. So you had to
I
send me
don't
a
think
signal.
so. Okay.
No, they sent me a signal and I unmuted myself. Okay, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember Fruman, other members of the Committee of Housing and Executive Administration, staff, and district residents. For the record, I'm Beverly Perry, Senior Advisor to Mayor Muriel Bowser. As Senior Advisor, I manage a portfolio of 3 offices: the Office of Federal and Regional Affairs, OFRA, the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs, OPLA, and the Office of the Secretary. My testimony will focus primarily on OFRA and OPLA, as the Secretary has just provided a very thorough report on that office. Together, we interface with local, regional, federal, and international partners to benefit Washington, D.C. I am happy to appear before you today to discuss the performance of the Office of the Senior Advisor in executing the vision of Mayor Bowser's administration for fiscal year 2022 and to date 2023. Now, in the Office of the Federal and Regional Affairs, directed by Eugene Kenlow, is Washington's primary conduit to the Congress, the White House, and federal agencies, neighboring states, and local jurisdiction. OFRA is comprised of a team of 7 full-time employees, including the director. Most of OFRA's work is with the federal sector to educate and monitor issues, especially with Congress and the White House, pertaining to budget, land acquisitions, and grant fundings. OFRA continues to work with the National Park Service to duplicate the success of our efforts at Franklin Park. And I mention this because in 2015, Franklin Park was a blighted and unkept area. It was mostly known as a homeless encampment. The district began working with the National Park Service on a concept that would allow the district and the federal investments to be reimagined and redevelop the park. It took 5 years, but now this historic park has a new face for the district and has become a model for the National Park Service to re-envision the use of some of its other underused assets. I reference Franklin Park because during 2022, fiscal 22, OFRA convened several meetings to discuss other NPS properties, including the Carter Barron and the tennis complex, as well as the Brightwood track. These tracks also offer an opportunity to enhance recreation and cultural amenities for district residents. OFRA worked with the White House and the Senate in an effort to clear a roadblock in the confirmation process of DC Superior Court and Court of Appeal judges. Our lack of statehood has led to a backlog in the confirmation of our local judges because of delayed actions in the US Senate. This delay leads to increased workloads for overburdened judges and puts the safety of the community in jeopardy, as well as cause delays for DC residents in resolving their own lawsuits, family disputes, and criminal cases. On the local level, OFRA continued its work with regional partners at the county and state levels and manages the city's relationship with the national associations, including the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the Democratic Governors Association, and the National Associations of Counties. Now I come to your favorite subject, statehood. The Washington, D.C.'s office, D.C. Statehood Office is housed within the OFRA group. And as noted in our last oversight hearing, this office has made great strides in moving the ball down the field towards democracy, full democracy for the residents of Washington, D.C. We have had many firsts, including the first-time passage of the Washington, D.C. Admissions Act in the U.S. House of Representatives, as well as having secured the unprecedented numbers of co-sponsors for S51 in the Senate following a second time ever Senate hearing in June 21. During FY22, we enhanced our efforts to educate and increase Americans' awareness of statehood for DC. We accelerated and expanded our strategic education efforts through various platforms of advertising to reach residents of Greater Washington using a local television campaign featuring Mayor Bowser, DC Council Chairman Phil Mendelson, and DC Attorney General Attorney General-elect Brian Schwab. And that campaign was to reinforce DC values following the November election. We secured placement of an op-ed penned by the West Virginia State Delegate Danielle Walker, who also serves as the West Virginia Democratic Party Vice Chair in the Charleston Gazette, the top circulated newspaper in the state of West Virginia. Our advertising targeted students at over 30 universities in Arizona and West Virginia and included emails and mobile ads. This was complemented by web banners, podcasts, and digital ads. Our targeted ads also reached residents in Arizona and West Virginia. Collectively, our advertising attracted nearly 25 million impressions. In 2022, we were also able to generate 1.1 million Twitter impressions and added 8,000 Twitter and Instagram followers. We enhanced our outreach by partnering with the League of Women Voters to record a series of PSA videos for social media, and also partnered with the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights to coordinate and execute a series of PSAs from the organization's CEO, Maya Wiley. We remain encouraged by recent actions on DC statehood. 2 weeks ago, DC Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton introduced the Washington, DC Admissions Act with 165 co-sponsors, while Delaware Senator Tom Carper reintroduced the Washington, DC Admissions Act S51, which has 45 co-sponsors. Now I turn to OPLA. The Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs serves as the mayor's primary liaison to the council, facilitating the exchange of information and offering intermediary advice on issues before the council. With a team of 10 full-time employees, including the director, OPLA manages the mayor's legislative agenda, including contracts, legislation, nominations, and land dispositions. The OPLA team works diligently with agencies to refine issues, develop hearing testimony, and prepare witnesses for public hearings and roundtables. Further, OPLA works closely with agencies to finalize and publish statutorily required reports and rulemakings. While FY21 was a year of challenges related to the ongoing pandemic, FY22 proved to be a year of ushering in new opportunities. As such, OPLA continued to lead efforts to collaborate with the council on phasing out legislative safeguards that were associated with the district's public health emergency and moving forward legislation to show that DC is open once again. Moving forward, OPLA is committed to continuing to work with the council and executive agencies to provide detailed feedback on legislative proposals and initiatives put forward by the council and advocates, ensuring that the council has all of the information it needs to enact robust, sound, and workable legislation. In particular, OPLA worked with the council to pass legislation on to reform the governance procedures of the DC Housing Authority. And Madam Chair, we owe a lot of gratitude to you. So thank you for your support on that. I will skip the Office of the Secretary because I know you have a lot of questions for me regarding that. And you just heard a thorough report. So I will say in closing, Chairperson, the Office of the Senior Advisor is working meticulously to achieve the maximum benefit from our federal relationships to make statehood a reality, to marshal legislation and regulations through the council to reflect the mayor's vision and increase the quality of life for all DC residents. We vigorously pursue policies that will create jobs and attract tourism to Washington, DC. In closing, I thank you for your leadership and support. We appreciate the opportunity to share our accomplishments and plans and look forward to continue to work with this committee. This concludes my prepared statement, and I'd be happy to take your questions. But before you ask me your first question, I made a note to myself listening to the archives advocates, and I want to say we cannot emphasize enough how grateful we are for their support for the project. And I wish I could allay some of their frustrations, but you know, they're eager. They've been at this for a long time. We understand that. I just believe that we're going to have to ask for a little patience. We have hired the #1 design architect firm for archives in the country, at Hartman and Cox, and they have built probably the past 3 or 4 different archives projects that's been built in any state. As a matter of fact, they built the archives for Ottawa, Canada, and I went up and visited that archives. They are the experts. They know what it takes for climate control. They know where this service should be stored. They know this. They are the experts. They have designed many of them. And I would urge you to take a trip to Greenbelt and see the archives out there. When we talk about public access to the archives and public events, in Greenbelt, when you go to the archives, you can't even take your purse past security. You can only take a pencil and a pad past security. So the vision that we have, you know, it's going to require public debate and some public discussions, but I just want to share with you. And I think I heard you say that you want to expand the group and some of the things, and it sounds very appealing, but I just would like you to take a look. And as Dr. Lopez said, see what the standard is before we get additional on an additional legislative exercise. And with that, I'll stop.
My apologies, council member, you are muted.
Yes.
I got it now. Thank you very much. Sometimes the cursor goes behind many different files. But thank you very much, Ms. Perry, for your comments. And you know, here at the council, we're not going to go on a legislative exercise of experimenting with this important service, which would be the archives. We're just simply looking for ways to incorporate the many voices that indicate that they are interested, and to put it within the framework of a committee is a way of managing it so that we don't have just shout outs and, you know, the government being inundated with reports and plans and things that ultimately could go on a shelf and gather dust. So that's the whole idea. And it's just an idea. Of course, before we would move forward, we would have more discussions with you in particular, because you're managing the project. So just want to sort of, you know,
okay,
bring that to the table. But
well,
thank you very much. And we can talk a little bit about the archives. You're right, we got a number of concerns. And so I guess I'll just cut through the chase and ask, where would you be on the idea of charrettes?
Well, I think right now they're premature. I think we need to have a real concept design on paper before we have anything to discuss. I think the advisory group has met with Hartman and Cox. They know what they want. They've met with Dr. Lopez. You know, they've been in many meetings. So we know what the public's expectation is for designs. I think the thing that I caution about is DGS is managing probably, I venture to say, hundreds, maybe over 1,000 buildings. Their manpower and woman power only goes so far. And for things that are not really, I mean, it's a wish list, but we pass that on to Hartman and Cox. I just don't know if those exercises now you know, are fruitful. I just don't know.
All right, well,
and you know, I just don't want the agency to be stretched so far that, you know, they're managing hundreds of projects.
all right, well, let's talk about, you know, how you see public input, because that's been a reoccurring concern. In fact, it was pointed out that, as we all know, we discussed it in prior years, and I think the public input has really been limited to the advisory teams that, and I wondered if there is, in your opinion, an opportunity to open it so that more people in the District of Columbia can at least learn what we're doing with the archives, and also room for any additional comment. Because you just mentioned that the Friends of the Archives have met with the, I guess, the contractor. But I'm just wondering if there is room for other kinds of feedback from the public.
Well, I think there might be. So there are comments on two different things, or three different things. I would put the comments in three buckets. The comments in bucket number one is the building. Hartman and Cox are the experts. I mean, I listened, I believe it was to Mr. Berman, talk about the servers and the climate control, and how you don't co-locate things because if there's a spill. That's exactly what we went to see in Ottawa. They are the experts in it, designing that, and that's what they showed us. And so I think there's expert talent. We have the best in the building, in the business, designing the project. So I would like to have them to design. They know where the pipes have to go. I mean, I looked at pipes in Ottawa, Canada, and how they gave us great details about how the design was to fit, to make sure if the pipe erupted, it wouldn't, you know, it couldn't get to the document. I looked at the climate control. I went in rooms, you know, that kind of. So that the building is one thing. And then we talk about the documents that we currently have. Some of those documents, and a large part, as someone said earlier, fire, police, and the other big one is courts. I'm not even sure that we have, well, I know we don't have the authority to dispose. And when you talk about citizens deciding what we should keep and what should go, the court will not even allow us. So the court has like supposedly a 40-year cycle that we are supposed to retain their records. The 40-year cycle matured like within the past 6 years. We got a call from the courthouse. We don't want you to dispose of those records. We want to keep them. So it's not up to us. And as you know, our local courts are under federal jurisdiction. Even if the council changes law regarding the retention of documents, I'm not sure it would stretch that far. So there's a lot to look at here about what we have. I mean, I think we could go through, I think Dr. Lopez has already developed an index of what we have and where the documents are located. And some of those documents were sent to where they are under federal authority. So that's a whole nother issue. And I don't know how we get the public involved in that. Then there's the third category. And I know that I've heard some of the, I think Ms. Peterson has referred to a comment I made. One thing we saw in Ottawa too is that significant documents, like our archive so far is primarily government documents. In Ottawa, a civic association could donate their documents. The Democratic Party, the Republican Party would donate their documents. So they have a whole history of their jurisdiction in their archives. And I think that is something that, I think that's the piece for the public, is to decide or make recommendations or provide. I mean, the first time I visited our archives, I don't remember the person's name, but there was one of our leading residents had passed away, and they donated their book collections to the archives. And on the shelves in the archives were a bunch of books and records and magazines that some significant person had passed away and the family donated them to the archives. I think that's where the public comes in. Is that a part of our history? And I don't know who makes that decision.
Thank you. It's very clear that the archives is a huge undertaking for our city, and that there clearly is a role for the public. And you brought to the table some additional thoughts that we had not explored this morning. And that is, what is it that a citizen can donate to the archives? And I think that's a fourth task group that needs to be developed. And again, I think we do need to make sure that whatever we are doing regarding the archives, that we pay attention to the professionals and to those that have been on these roads in the past and can provide us with best practices indications, so that we want to have an archives that is in fact an archives that reflects our community, but we also want to make sure that we're keeping the information or the documents. I think it's permanent records that Dr. Matthews refers to that are important that we should have. And then it sounds like if it may be that books, donation of books or artifacts for that matter, that are owned or produced by significant residents in the community, maybe that is an enhancement of what we can have in the archives from what you're sharing with us. So I appreciate that. I've run out of my time, and I'm going to turn to Councilmember Fruman. He may have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess I'll start by a little bit reacting to your comments on the public engagement side, and I worry that I could have given the impression that I thought the public should sort of hold the pen and do the designing. And there's different kinds of levels in the way in which public engagement happens. It's always the case that the architect is the expert. But I have gone through a dozen of these considerations of different buildings. And there's always a round, and where that round happens, there's always a round where there's a back and forth using the, and frankly, every single one that I've been involved in benefited from that round. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happened in Ottawa in the design. So I would encourage, it's not that people who don't have expertise would take over the design of a project, but that there would be some kind of a back and forth where people had the opportunity to be heard. It also is a way of creating excitement around the project. And it would be exceptional to build a building that didn't have that round. So I hope this one does. And again, I don't want to imply by that I don't have expertise in where servers go. I don't know whether Mr. Bergman has expertise in where servers go, but at a meeting like that, the architect would say, no, here's why we're putting them there, and explain it. And that can be helpful. So we'll probably have a back and forth about what level of public engagement on this particular project, but I wanted to hold my ground just a little bit on this. One of the things that has been referenced, and I don't know where we are on this, is that the building had a budget of $75 million, and there's been a reference that you have suggested that it would be $100 million. And I don't know, is that the case? Is the price tag on the building, do you expect it to go up by that much?
Well, let me just say this. We know that the projected number now for what we are planning is like $105 million.
Is that right?
I cannot get ahead of the budget process. The budget is the mayor's budget, and I don't know if the revenues and the capital budget for this year, what it's going to be, but I can tell you that we have requested an additional $35 million.
And how much of that is related
to 30?
Yeah. So, and there were references that's, cost of construction and things like that, but to what extent is it that? Because that kind of, it was a, 50%, 30% increase in the cost because of the increased costs of production, of construction.
No, it's not that. So we have UDC, where we are now, is our third site. We started out at a site with like $63 million. And then we moved to another site that was $72 million. And just to address your question about the fields, the second site was at UDC, but it was not Building 41. It was the area next to Building 41, I guess, which encroaches on the fields.
Right.
And so the reason we moved to Building 41 was because it was underutilized, and because the president and the university wanted to protect the fields. So to answer your question about the fields are protected. And so to go to building 41, the other site we had, the first site we had, we wouldn't have had the demolition costs that we will have with building 41. So now we don't have just a building cost, we have a demolition cost and a site preparation and a building.
I am so glad to hear every part of that, because I think preserving the fields is great. I know for the university for a long time, the state of building 41 has been an issue, and what to do with building 41, whether to invest in fixing it up. And now what we have is something magnificent that will include the gem of what is already included in building 41, which is the jazz collection. So as I recall, so that's a great outcome. And I actually also want to underscore, I mean, what you guys have done, what your team has done on this archives project, I think it's unanimous, the gratitude and respect people are giving to what's been accomplished so far, and a lot of excitement. I was worried about that increase in cost because of if that applied to a lot of projects, that would be a real problem. So it's a comfort for me to hear that that's not what was under it. You might have heard when I spoke to the 250th, the sesquicentennial or whatever the reference will be. And I do think that that's a big moment for the District of Columbia. A lot of eyes are going to be on us. And so getting this done on time for that can be important. So that's July 2026. And I think that's not far from the due date. But I want to carry it over to a different project that you mentioned, and that is Carter Barron. Is there any hope that we could have Carter Barron done by then? What do you see as the timeline on the Carter Barron project, which is not in Ward 3, but one that I am very excited to support in every way that I possibly can?
I may be getting out a little bit ahead, but let me just say, we're in negotiations with the Park Service. And I think that's probably as far. So when I talk about Franklin Park, and I talk about Franklin Park as the model of how the Park Service could sign some of their underused property over to the district, and we can invest in it, and they can help us with the investments. We can develop those projects and bring them back quicker than the Park Service. So the Park Service has reached out to us and to say that they are amenable to the same discussions we had on Franklin Park with Carter Barron. And those discussions have started, but they are in the embryo, the very beginning stage.
Yeah, and all of this is very tricky, but also very exciting. And the Park Service also is the point agency in the federal government on the 2026 project. And so maybe they will get a shared sense of urgency around this. One of the reasons that I really like the idea of bringing the Olympics to the Washington, D.C. area was that it would drive getting things done. And I think we should try to use that 250th anniversary as a way of driving to get things done with some of our partners. That applies also at RFK. You know, not everything that happens at RFK is going to happen that fast, but if we could get control of RFK, which I know you're working as hard as you possibly can to make happen, there will be sort of an interim, no?
Well, you should share that sentiment with your colleagues that wrote a letter that said they don't want RFK.
Oh, I don't know that I don't know that they said they don't want RFK. They want RFK, but they don't necessarily want it for the exact same things. but in any case, whatever happens there's going to be something that happens in the interim where we have a demolished space and we can make it into something that's special, but until we do things that are bigger. And I want to be supportive of that. There's another one. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll just say we're the OFRA team is going through a whole list of properties with the Park Service, and so we're very optimistic. You know, you heard me say that's one of the primary functions. When the mayor created that group, she says, "I want you to get grant money. I want you to get land." This is the team that works to get land and grants and identify areas for federal funding.
All right, well, and I'd love to talk with that team. I mean, a different site, and I don't know that it's take over, but partner is around. Yeah.
Well, let me just say one thing, make sure I clarify this. RFK is a different situation. In Carter Barron, we have, with Franklin Park, we entered a corporate management agreement with the Park Service. And that corporate management agreement had to be approved by the Congress. When the Congress wrote the statute to authorize us to enter those agreements, they opened it up to any land that the Park Service owns. The RFK is under a lease, and so is in a statutory different situation. It's not, the Park Service doesn't have full control over RFK right now.
So and on that list of properties that you're talking about, in particular, if you're thinking about partnerships and the working together to improve the land to do both the city and the Park Service's purposes, I'd encourage you to have Fort Reno on that list, and maybe I'll talk with people in your office about the kinds of things that might be able to be done at Fort Reno. Is it on your list?
I know it's been mentioned, but it's not on our immediate list.
All right, well, here I am. I'll reach out.
I guess I'm opening this team up for a lot of work, right?
All right, thank you very much. I'm over on time, but really, really a pleasure, and congratulations on getting to where we are. We might not agree on every single thing, but that's a healthy thing. We're going to get to a great place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember and Ms. Perry. Ms. Perry, you also, in the same context, when you mentioned the Carter Barron Amphitheater, you mentioned the Brightwood track. What's that?
You know, it is, I know the team, I really don't know the details around Brightwood, and I apologize. I meant to go back and get the full details. I don't recall the details around Brightwood right now, but I think it is a like a pocket park.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's a pocket park, and there are a lot of parks in the city that people think we own, but we don't own. And I know that the city administrator has DPW to clean some of them up, because we get calls all the time about trash and the Park Service doesn't take care of them. So I think Brightwood is one of the ones in that category.
Okay, I was just very curious about that. I know that there are many little parks around the city.
Right, many.
And you're right. That is makes things very difficult. Thank you very much. I think my colleague covered a number of issues that I wanted to speak to, and you have already shared with us, so I won't hold on to this. But as your office oversees the Office of the Secretary in the DC Democracy Grants, I note that the announcement of who are the beneficiaries this year will be maybe made, not this week because today is Friday, but certainly I guess next week. And I just wondered if these are grants that are continuing to go to more like institutions, nonprofits, or are we giving any thought to these going to, because it is about statehood and promotion of statehood, or promoting the District of Columbia. Just wondered if there are opportunities for schools, our public schools, to participate, to compete for this kind of information and opportunity.
Who would you want to participate? So
the high schools, the elementary schools, they may have some unique a display, maybe an orators contest. I mean, just trying to show that we are a community of people, and and also to uplift the community. What happened the other day in Congress, we're not happy with at all. And so how do we move past that?
Elementary schools students are involved or have been involved in the past. Now, I can't say, I did meet with Secretary Bassick, and I know that the awards are imminent, and I have seen the list of awardees. But what I can tell you from the past, I think it was the Anacostia Coordinating Council was a recipient of a statehood grant. And that is where they place their focus, is in oratory contests, in, art projects. And so it is focused on our younger students. Now, there's another student group in the past, Shadow Senator Paul Strauss has worked with a group of students, and I mentioned to someone the other day, college students, and they're all over the country. And we have had statehood groups at different colleges, and they have formed statehood groups at other colleges and universities. So we have it at the secondary level as well as the collegiate level. And someone, one of my directors just sent me a note and said, Brightwood is the soccer fields. I think it's the soccer fields that are above Carter Barron. So.
And they are very necessary, as we know.
They are very necessary, and they could be managed a lot better.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I think I have exhausted any questions that we may have. Let me just check. Oh, this is a favorite question of mine, and I think you'll like it.
Okay.
Given the district's increase in population and budget, myself and others have given some consideration to introducing legislation to increase the size of the council. Has there been any consideration by your agency that this would be a bonus for us prior to achieving statehood?
Well, so I would say yes. And let me just explain my yes. If you recall, when we wrote the Constitution, our Constitution that put us in line with the Tennessee Plan, and we had the public to vote on it, we had the whole delegations, we did everything that the constitutional process requires. In that process, we noted the underrepresentation by people in the District of Columbia. And under the Constitution, when we get statehood, each ward will have 2 representatives. It'll be like state senators, you know, like in Maryland, you have 2 state senators. So each ward would have 2 representatives. So we add another 8 members to the council. And when you think about that in line with other Americans, we talk about our underrepresentation in the Congress, our underrepresentation at our local level. Because if you're in Prince George's County, you have a county council person, you have a state delegate, you have a state senator, you have a US senator, you have a whole line of authorities, of representatives that you can go to that you vote for. And in DC, you have a council member and the at-large council members and the mayor and the attorney general. I mean, that's all you have. So when we had that discussion during our constitutional convention, we increased the representation to 2 members per ward. And let me just say, I'm not disparaging the ANCs.
All right. I hear you. No, the ANCs are very critical.
Yes.
To the workings. The ANCs are not in my committee, but I can, since you raised the issue, ask a question that some commissioners have been posing to council members in general, and that is the issue of receiving a stipend. I can recall during my first 2 years here on the council in 2016, I proposed a stipend, and those who were sitting then some were very much against it. They felt that coming in under the government's umbrella probably wasn't going to help them to remain independent. But we are talking about working on behalf of the communities of the District of Columbia. And so I think I'm hearing a different voice now. Sounds more like the idea of a stipend is something that they want to at least discuss. What are your thoughts about that, if any?
Well, my initial thought would be whether or not it would compromise someone's work in other regards. Like now, because ANCs are not, you could have a job with the government, or you could work for a corporation that does business with the government. So I think having them paid, you would have to look carefully at that because, you know, I don't know. I'll leave that to you. I just raised it.
All right, thank you, and with Vega being in our committee, I'm just anticipating at some point hearing more about that. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, Councilmember Fruman.
Yeah, I think he's left us. Thank you.
Okay.
We now will hear from the Office of Legal Counsel, and we have a public witness. Again, Mr. Milhauser, if you are in the room, we will take your testimony. There you are. And this is on the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bonds and members of the committee. I'm Fritz Mulhauser still, and I'm the co-chair of the legal committee of the DC Open Government Coalition, here to testify today on the work of the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel in one narrow regard. They clearly have a daunting job of helping the mayor with every kind of legal problem one could imagine, but they also have a job dealing with appeals. By statute, people have a right to appeal if they're denied records that they request from DC agencies. Appealing that denial places your request for review before the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. And this is a big deal because over 5,000 people a year are denied public records requests one way or another. Agency can't find a record that they say that they think the agency has, or they find it and say you can't have it in whole or in part. 5,000 times a year. And when the mayor, through the office, reviews these kinds of appeals, more than a third of the time, they have to send it back for rework. There's just a huge error rate because the law is complicated and mistakes get made. And the last few years have been very difficult with this work. Last year, we testified asking for help because the backlog of appeals had grown to over 300 unanswered appeals, accumulating for years, unfortunately, because the office was busy with other things during the pandemic. So we asked your committee to pay some attention to this, and you requested in the committee budget report that the office meet its deadlines, that it fill vacancies if that was going to be an issue, and stop hiding the problem. You asked them to write you every quarter and tell you how they were doing with resolving this backlog. And unfortunately, I have to tell you today, little has changed. Backlogs continue. There's over 100 unanswered requests noted in the pre-hearing responses you have from the office. It's very briefly described, so I may be not understanding the exact situation. And they have cleared a great number of the prior backlog, apparently, and that's wonderful. But they don't respond to FOIA requests when our organization asks how they're doing with the backlog. You asked for the updates, as I mentioned, and they didn't submit any. So we submitted a FOIA request for their update about FOIA appeals, and they said, "Pooh, we don't have to do this." They said, "We're not required to make status reports like that." And then it was a strange tone. They said, responding to us, they said, "A recommendation is not a requirement." And I thought, oh dear, we're just trying to understand how you do your work. Help us out here. And they don't publish opinions as they're required to by law. So this is very different work than the rest of what this small, overworked law firm does for the mayor. This is adjudication, applying law to complicated facts about FOIA requests. And we conclude that this is just not the right work for them. Most distressing, we're concerned that the quality of work may be suffering. Let me tell you a story. In August of 2021, our coalition asked for some records on the mayor's street violence initiatives. And after some discussion, the request was denied. So we appealed. We didn't think the reasons given made sense under FOIA. 14 months later, our appeal was answered. And pleasantly, it agreed that the denial was incorrect, and it told the executive branch to release the records we had asked for. We checked in with the agency saying, well, how's it coming, giving us the records that now you must give us? And something happened behind the scenes. We didn't receive any records, but the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel wrote us that they'd sent us the incorrect draft and attached the correct decision. There's been no request from the agency to reconsider that we could have responded to. This new opinion entirely reversed the previous one. That, as lawyers, we have to recognize this is highly unusual for an adjudicatory body to reach a decision and issue it and then pull it back, to switch the result entirely without any sort of formal process. It's never happened before in the MOLC, according to people familiar with that history. This to us is just the final illustration this year of a broken appeal system. The treatment of our request is outrageous. Somebody, I won't speculate the reasons, but it's just very disappointing. It calls into question the impartiality of the process, and it erodes the hope that the executive branch can be a principled check on agency FOIA mistakes. If a decision can be just reversed for no apparent reason. Madam Chair, we beseech the committee to take a close look at FOIA appeals and whether it's in the right hands with the right resources. The mayor could delegate her authority to another office. The resources could be added so that they rebuild a skilled legal staff to do a specialized kind of adjudication so that the public can once again get free and fast and fair decisions on FOIA appeals. That keeps them out of the hands of the court. Nobody wants to have to go to Superior Court to get a single FOIA decision reviewed. That's not a good use of judicial resources. But the MOLC is just not caring for this task in a way that we think the public needs. And so it needs close attention in this cycle. And we'd be happy to contribute our knowledge from our partners around the country of how other states deal with adjudicating FOIA disputes. There's lots of wisdom out there. Let's do a better job starting this coming year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony again, Mr. Milhauser. And I just want to see if I can follow up on, you were talking about this new opinion that reverses the prior opinion. Can you go over that again? I want to make sure that I made proper notes here.
Sure. We asked for some records. They concerned a sensitive program, probably had high level attention, and we were denied. We appealed, and the MOLC, which is to carry out an independent review of denials, did so. They wrote a lengthy opinion which examined the agency's reasons for denial and said they weren't correct. They didn't hold up under close review, and the agency should give us the documents. So we looked for them, contacted the agency, heard nothing. Bingo. Then we get a letter which says, sorry, we sent you the wrong opinion. Here's the corrected opinion. And it says you can't have the records. It countermands every single bit of reasoning in the previous letter. I mean, don't their people even talk to each other? Even if there was a mistake, how could something go out the door that within days other people say was completely wrong? It's outrageous conduct. Was it a one-off mistake? I don't know. The rest of the difficulties of FOIA appeal processing remain, and it just suggests it's not the right place to do the job.
Okay, thank you. We will have Mr. Adams on very shortly, and we'll talk to him about this particular situation, and just in general, because I think you're making the point too that perhaps this agency that is so busy with many other things, maybe too busy to exercise any authority or responsibility for the FOIA appeals process. Okay.
Thank you for taking a close look. Couldn't ask for anything more, and we'll be happy to work with you going forward if that's helpful.
All right, well, thank you. And I believe it will be. Now we will turn to our government witness I just referred to, Mr. Adams, Mr. Attorney Eugene Adams. We will swear you in. Yes, sir. We will swear you in.
I am here. Give me 1 second to find my video.
Okay, no problem. We have time.
So you can see me, and I'm not sure why you can't yet. But oh, hold on. That should do it. Okay, there I am.
All right, excellent. Thank you. And so we'll swear you in. If you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, thank you. And you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say good afternoon to you, committee members, and your staff. My team and I hope that you all are safe and well. So I'm here once again on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel to discuss the status of the office, our accomplishments and challenges over the last year, and of course to answer any questions or concerns you or the committee may have. But before I begin my prepared remarks, I wanted to congratulate you on your recent re-election and add that the city is a better place because of your tenure. I'd also
that's
like
very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you.
No problem. I'd also like to publicly thank Ms. Julia Hudson for her wonderful contributions as the MOLC's Chief of Staff in the years that she served in that role. I know she is and will continue to be a great addition to your staff as well. That said, I'm happy to report that the arc of our usefulness, the scope of our responsibility, and the degree of our involvement in important matters continues to trend in the upward and increasing direction that we want and that our mayor and the government should expect. Over the last year, our core duties have not changed materially, but the volume and urgency of those matters we touch certainly has. And since much of the operational information and statistical data has already been provided to you in response to the committee's questions, I'd like to touch on some of the broader topics and issues that have impacted our office since we last spoke in this particular setting. For example, we have advised on and continue to advise on any and all legal matters and questions that the mayor and agencies may have. We also look at lingering pandemic-related issues, including the resolution of personnel matters and requests for accommodations prompted by our former vaccine mandate policies. We've also weighed in on the establishment of the Mayor's Office of Migrant Services and the issues that have emanated from that creation. We still look at high dollar settlements and other resolutions of litigation for and against the city. We continue to handle sensitive personnel matters, often involving senior government employees. And we weigh in on those situations where the city may require outside representation in legal matters where the Office of the Attorney General has recused itself or may recuse itself. And finally, we handle the routine, normal, sometimes problematic and conflicting discussions and interactions between our subordinate agencies in a way that might benefit from a MOLC intervention. And so these kinds of matters, generally speaking, Madam Chair, can often be complicated, they can be confusing, and sometimes they take a significant amount of time and energy to resolve. But we greatly enjoy the variety, and even if some of the work is not traditional legal work as we view our responsibilities. But in addition to the substantive issues I've described a moment ago, I wanted to mention that the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel, my deputy and I met with the new Attorney General and his senior staff literally just days after his inauguration. We discussed a host of issues and can already see the beginning of a far more open and collaborative relationship between the OAG, the mayor, and the government agencies we rely on them to represent. They have pledged to be communicative, and we have promised to be responsive. And the MOLC will be at the center of these interactions on a regular and ongoing basis with the goal of cooperation and effective government. Now, this doesn't mean that we won't bump heads from time to time, but I'm cautiously optimistic about our collective ability to manage these differences in a way that supports smooth, efficient government operations. I can say at the same time, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I can say the same thing about our interactions with agency counsel and the subordinate agency directors, who originally may have been uncertain about the situational dynamics that were in place when I became the MOLC director a little over 2 years ago. We've had a chance to become better acclimated to our respective wants and needs, so our support of them and their responsiveness to us is also making us better, more smoothly functioning government. They've come to realize that problem solving can be collaborative and that the MOLC lawyers are not getting involved to cast blame or Bigfoot on their agency priorities. But with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to switch gears and focus on a matter that you and some of our public witnesses have with some justification raised in years past and again today. And I'm talking about the backlog of FOIA appeals. I'm really happy to report that information that you've received notwithstanding about the backlog which my team inherited and that lingered through the pandemic is no more. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of Sean Nolan, Andrea Stemple, and Ms. Gia White, we've eliminated that entire backlog through FY22 completely as I speak to you today. More specifically, we issued approximately 240 opinions from the 325 appeals that we inherited dating back to fiscal year 2020. We're currently aware of Mr. Mulhouse's 2 pending appeals in the current fiscal year and are working to complete them. And more importantly, Madam Chair, we understand that our work on these is not done because we have a publishing responsibility that he alluded to as well. We are preparing the fiscal year 22 appeal summary, which we expect to complete early next week. And we've also reached out for technical guidance on how to show and report this work in the proper places, and we'll begin that part of the task soon. I'm hoping this information will at least ease some of your concerns and those of city residents who avail themselves of the city's FOIA laws and regulations. And we agree and understand that the process is not perfect, but we're getting there and will not stop working on the best ways for the city to be responsive. Personnel-wise, we've changed a little bit from last year. We lost 2 of our 4 associate directors, one to Amazon and the other to OAG. We filled one of those vacancies with a remarkably talented lawyer that joined us from ORCB and are actively recruiting to fill the other vacancy. Ms. Stemple, who I mentioned a little bit earlier in connection with our FOIA responses, joined us with her expertise. And Mr. Nolan is on detail to us from another agency, but his help has also been priceless. I'm not entirely sure what will happen when our ultra-capable law clerk graduates from law school later this year, but it is certainly my wish and hope that we can keep her as long as we can in some capacity that reflects her new status. The MOLC directors and my deputy director and the rest of the entire staff continue to wear multiple hats as I've described in past years, and I could not work with a finer group of colleagues. They pivot quickly, juggle multiple issues from the serious to the mundane, and they do it all with thoughtfulness and professionalism. They make us successful and better every single day. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams, for your testimony. I do have some questions. Let's talk a little bit about how you maintain the talent, or how do you gain the talent? And I ask this because, we just heard from Mr. Millhauser, and we heard from him last year and the year before. And of course, his focus has been almost exclusively on the ability or the staff to handle the FOIA, which is very important, the FOIA appeals process that your agency is responsible for. But when you began this discussion with us today, you articulated a number of other equally or somewhat important functions that you are engaged in. And your office is a body of how many personnel?
Right now, Madam Chair, I have a deputy director, three associate directors, my FOIA lawyer, and a lawyer on loan from another agency.
So I count 6. Am I correct?
Let's see. 1, 2.
With you, it would be 7.
That's correct. That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay.
But I might add that we do have another vacancy that we have not filled yet, and that was created when Ms. Hudson joined your staff.
Oh, all right. Oh my goodness.
And quite honestly, Madam Chair, we're in the process of trying to decide how best to fill that role to help us respond to the many needs and demands that the office gets on a regular basis.
Yes, and that's what I'm concerned with. How do you respond to your demands? I mean, you said that you have one FOIA lawyer, and I'm wondering if there isn't a need, maybe if not for a lawyer, but certainly for a paralegal that can assist with that process.
And you're absolutely right, Madam Chair, that's one of the things that we've considered. I also mentioned that the lawyer that's on detail to us from another agency has also helped tremendously with the FOIA backlog as well. And our law clerk that I also mentioned has been invaluable in that process as well. So right now, we've been able to dedicate, almost the full-time resources of those 3 individuals to help us get through the backlog. But I do want to respectfully remind the committee, Madam Chair, that a chunk of this was inherited when we came into the office in fall of 2020, which was early on in the pandemic, which only worsened for a time before it got dramatically better. The mayor also, you may recall that the mayor also imposed a moratorium on responding to FOIA requests and appeals during that time. And so it was natural that some of this backlog would accrue. We were very, very sensitive to Mr. Mulhauser's concerns 2 years ago when he raised this issue, as did you, and again last year, as did you. And so I was hopeful that the news I reported a few minutes ago would at least show that we're making the kind of conscious effort that we understand needs to be made. We made heroic strides in a very, very short period of time, and it's only going to get better. Now, the question you asked, I'm sort of not avoiding answering it. I don't know yet, because I cannot gauge the number of appeals that the city is going to get or how the agencies will respond to them. I can tell you that in our review of the appeals that are denied by the agencies and the appeals that we decide, we're making it clear to the agency FOIA officers that they have a responsibility to respond to the FOIA requests that are lawful and proper. And we're trying to hold their feet to the fire. And they are also doing better. But they too like the MOLC, have other competing priorities that oftentimes cause, delays in responding that would be very, very different in a perfect world.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I was just looking at this list that you articulated again. I mean, the Migrant Services Office, just setting that up. I guess you have one attorney that's focused on that, I would assume, on an ongoing basis.
Actually, two of the really, really smart ones, Madam Chair. And there are certain kinds of projects that we make a determination as they come in the door for either advice or response from this office. Some projects we simply tag team because it's too much work and too much time for one of the lawyers to handle. We're a small group, we've known each other a fairly lengthy period of time. We work together well, so we collaborate well. So we make decisions on how best to respond to the challenges and the issues and the questions that we're expected to address.
So as we look at the high dollar settlements that you mentioned, is that a task that consumes one attorney full time, or is it an attorney and a half full time?
We share that responsibility throughout all the lawyers in the office, Madam Chair, with the exception of our FOIA experts. And the reason we do that, you may recall that in my first year, I reported that we had divided the associate director responsibilities into 4 separate clusters. And so as settlement requests come in from cluster A, for example, that is assigned to one of my associate directors, they're the primary point person on addressing that particular settlement request. Sometimes there may be legal questions that we have to go back to OAG about. Sometimes we have to request additional factual information so that we can make the appropriate recommendation to the city administrator and or the mayor. I often look at some of the more complicated ones simply because, I'm a lot older, I think, than just about everybody in my shop. And I've had the relevant experience from my tenure at OAG. And our goal is to be as responsive to OAG timelines as we possibly can and move this work along so that the CA and the mayor and the other people who are looped into this review process can make the right decisions, with as much input as we can possibly give them.
All right, and so you mentioned.
Did that answer your question, Madam Chair?
It does. Let me just say this, Mr. Adams. Just from the presence of the office, to me, it sounds like there may be a need for just additional personnel. I don't know whether we're talking attorneys or if we're talking paralegals or if we're just talking about researchers that can help you gather the information that you need. Your function is very, very important. And it seems to me you're advising the mayor on any legal matter. You're interfacing with the mayor's attorney, Betsy Cavendish, as an example. That in itself takes some time to have those kind of relationships and to bear results. We want you to do that. I mean, we want that to happen. And then when we talk about beginning to take on programmatic legal considerations like the Migrant Services Office, or this high dollar settlement, and then you mentioned COVID matters, which may still be swirling, and I would imagine that you are going to, if not already, involved in the infrastructure decisions that are being made and how they're being made. And then you must interface with the OAG's staff. So to me, it seems like quite a bit. And then, of course, there is the FOIA appeals process. So very specific task. And to me, it just sounds like you may need a little more
And Madam Chair,
resources.
If I could clarify some earlier remarks, when I say these are, I was sort of giving you a short list of some of the big ticket items that we normally weigh in on, and I did not mean to convey or for you to assume that we were the only ones working on these things. You know, we're simply the lawyers, so you know, and depending on the circumstances, people are glad to see lawyers or they don't want to see them at all, and we adjust accordingly. But my point is, we try to be as responsive as we can on the parts of the tasks or on the parts of the issue that we've been asked to address. Now, with respect to your question about additional resources and additional staff, you know, we have a budget that we're expected to work in, and we do that every year. But I also, our mayor has been very, very supportive. I've had some of these discussions with her, and you know, and I'm going to be fully supportive of any of the budget decisions that she makes, simply because I know that her responsibility is broader than this particular office.
All right, I appreciate that, and just as I expected, so thank you very much for that. Well said. So the bottom line is that there's been a tremendous improvement on making decisions. You've done 240 decisions. Those are from cases from FY 2020 of the 325 cases. Am I correct? I think that was your testimony.
That's correct, Madam Chair. And keep in mind that, you know, there would not automatically be a MOLC decision on all 325 cases that were backlogged simply because some are remanded, some are dismissed, you know, and you have FOIA requesters who simply don't follow up. But of the substantive ones that required addressing, you know, my colleagues worked heroically during big chunks of this fiscal year to bring that number down to 0 at the end of FY 2022. Now, the number is creeping up again in FY 23, and we're mindful of that, but we're also better equipped to respond to it as well. And I promise you, Madam Chair, and I'll certainly let the mayor know as well, as we assess, you know, our increasing responsibilities, I will not hesitate to reach out either to her or to you, you know, with the plea for help.
All right, and so when we talk about the appeals and this whole process, Mr. Mulhauser indicates that their records show that it takes 18 months. And so the timeline just seems to be out of whack if we're trying to provide, I'll say, quick justice to people who are requesting this. What's your thought about that? 18 months, isn't that a long time?
It absolutely is, Madam Chair. And I did not understand Mr. Mulhauser to say that every single response to an appeal took 18 months. I understood the particular situation he was talking about, where his group requested information, was denied by the agency, was subsequently told by MOLC that they should be getting it, and then they were subsequently told that the original opinion he got was incorrect. I do not know the specifics of that situation, Madam Chair, but that's certainly something that I can inquire into. I'm fairly comfortable saying that my knowledge of my staff and my understanding of what they do on a regular basis, I'm sure there's more explanation to that than you have heard today. But I would ask for a day or two to simply look into this and respond to you substantively on that particular matter that you've identified here. Now, more broadly, the timelines for responding to FOIA appeals generally do have to be faster, you know. And again, it's a process that has a number of moving parts that we don't have complete control over. And, and some, depending on their urgency, some depending on how they came in, when they came in, will get a little more attention earlier. But the point of all this is to do all this as fairly and efficiently as we can, and in a manner that's consistent with the applicable law and the regulations.
And thank you. I understand that, Mr. Adams, that, and I also understand that, we're humans, we're not machines. And when you have information coming in from different sources, it can be difficult pulling it all together in a timely fashion. But I was not so much concerned about this reversed opinion point that Mr. Mulhauser advanced with us. I'm really concerned about the FOIA appeals process and why it takes so long. And I would like to have a better understanding of the contributing parts to managing the appeals process, so that we almost like have a diagram that will show us what must occur before you issue your decision regarding the appeals request. I think that would be very helpful.
And Madam Chair, if you'll give me a couple of days, that's a flow chart.
10 days, would you?
10
days?
10 days is plenty of time, Madam Chair.
All righty, that would be very helpful.
We'll provide you with a flow chart of how this actually works. But let me also add to a comment you made a moment ago. Part of the process, as you know, is the original FOIA request will go to an agency, for example. And the agency will, depending on their priorities and their resources, will respond to it inadequately or not respond at all. And then there's the kind of built-in wait time that may or may not prompt a response, that may or may not prompt an additional request from the requester of the agency before it even gets to us as an appeal. And those are certainly, aspects of that we can certainly control, not the actions or the interests of a requester, but certainly doing all that we can to make sure that the agencies and the lawyers whose work we oversee at the agencies are taking the FOIA requests seriously and responding to them in a timely manner, because quite honestly, that's part of what their responsibilities are at the agency as agency counsel. And they are quite honestly evaluated on those as well.
All right. Well, I hear what you're saying, and I thank you for that response. But I'm just very curious as to the different boxes that an appeal must touch. And I think the public needs to have a clear understanding of what happens with that. And so if you could get that, to me in 10 days, that would be great. Also, can you send me in writing something that is descriptive of this situation that was relayed to us, the new opinion reversed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That would be very helpful. And there was a question.
I can get that to you in the next week or 10 days as well.
That's fine. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And then is there a reason, legal reason as to why you do not publish your decisions?
No, it is. I made an executive decision, Madam Chair, in the sense that my goal was to address the concerns that you and Mr. Mulhauser and other residents, public witnesses have raised in past years, to prioritize completing the appeals. We have understood, we've understood almost from day one as we inherited this responsibility and adapted to it, that part of completing the FOIA appeal process is to publish them and prepare an annual summary that, as my understanding, goes to the office of the secretary. As I mentioned in my testimony, the fiscal year 22 appeal summary should be completed next week. We are in the process of getting the technical assistance that we need to understand how to upload the FOIA appeals that are supposed to be published as well. And keep in mind, when we came in, Madam Chair, we were all new to this. We just didn't know how to do it. And quite honestly, as we were learning our way around our new responsibilities, I was struck more by the backlog than I was the need to publish those decisions. But now, having completed those through FY22, I get it. And it's not an unreasonable ask. And I'm hoping that once we get the training and the resources that we need, it is going to be an ongoing responsibility that we will comply with on a regular basis.
Right. Well, we're looking forward to getting a copy of that. Can you make sure that a copy is sent to my office as it relates to the, okay, that would be great. And now on this, I do recall very strongly that we did ask for a report on a quarterly basis as related to the FOIAs. So can we begin to get that as opposed to just an annual? If we can get it on a quarterly basis, that would be helpful.
No, absolutely, Madam Chair. And if you allow me to fall on my sword, that's simply my fault, only because in the scramble to get additional resources to respond to the backlog, I neglected to remind my staff that that was one of your asks. And so, now that we're in a far better position than we were the last time we talked about all of this, I can absolutely make sure you get the quarterly update that you've asked for.
Well, we're looking forward to it, and I thank you so much for your time. And I think, I wanted to ask you about training.
Yes,
you indicated that you had hosted one legal training for district agencies in FY22, and that you only expect to hold 4 in FY23. In previous years, you've held many, or your shop has held many. And so I'm wondering, is this a training that you do now, or has the training been transferred, let's say, to some other entity in the EOM?
It's a combination of all of the above, Madam Chair. And let me make a small point if I can, which is that we fully recognize and embrace our training responsibility. What we have done, more recently, simply because, as I mentioned in my testimony, we were down some important staffers who often help with and in fact participated in the training that we normally provide in the average year. And we lost the 2 associate directors, which reduced training staff to roughly 50%, which was part of the reason we had so few last year. And as we get back up to speed, we expect to have more in the current fiscal year. We also partner with the training personnel at the Office of Attorney General, so that their training opportunities are made available to all the government lawyers, whether they're part of OAG or whether they work in agency counsel. And the required training that our lawyers are supposed to take can be added to and supplemented by those opportunities as well. There are, we have a couple in the pipeline, but as you might imagine, sometimes identifying the appropriate timing for those trainings, the venue in certain situations, and most difficult, the personnel in those situations. We reach out to members of council staff, for example, for training on council matters. How the budget is processed and viewed from the council side, how legislation is handled from the council side. Those are the kinds of trainings. And quite honestly, we looked at, I think for the first time, the kinds of training we had historically provided. And we wanted to do some new and different things that would be more responsive to some of the needs that we've actually heard from our colleagues. You know, we had sort of a generic playbook that historically we had relied on to provide training from. But, you know, when you've done that 2 or 3 years in a row, you're looking for something new and different and presumably more helpful.
But that, and then I wanted to know, in your responses, you referred to a pro bono policy for attorneys serving at the executive, in the executive agencies. And you were encouraging this, and I wondered,
if I may, Madam Chair.
Can you describe any of the work that they can report back to you that they were able to accomplish?
Well, the agency general counsels have the primary responsibility for handling the requests of their own lawyers to provide pro bono assistance in those situations where they ethically can and have the time to do it. I have not canvassed the agency counsel to get a summary of how many requests those are, what the nature of those requests are. But I also wanted to, you also may recall that we were thrilled when the council last fiscal year essentially made that pro bono policy that I mentioned last year into city law. And so that has given it more teeth. That has certainly given it more exposure as an opportunity for the lawyers who do want to help their communities. Now, there's still limitations and challenges that go along with that, because most of the time these lawyers are providing these pro bono services on their own time and on their own dime in those situations where they can. And so our challenge is trying to find the right blend of accommodating these requests and sort of supporting these requests, but at the same time not taking away from their primary government responsibilities. And it can be a challenge, because if a nonprofit that we can provide pro bono services to only needs a lawyer during the day, during the week, the weekend help a pro bono lawyer may want to give may not have the same value to them otherwise. And so these are the kinds of things that we're looking at. These are the kinds of things we're thinking about, with suggestions to perhaps tweak the policy and the law as it plays out in the coming weeks, months, and years.
Thank you. I also am thinking about it from the perspective of whether or not we have lawyers who maybe work in a division of government that they might find themselves representing entity that is in conflict with that division of government. I mean, Bega is also in this committee now, and so I have to put on Mr. Adams' hat and be concerned about these things.
And I completely understand your concern, Madam Chair. That was quite honestly one of the main concerns that we had as we developed the policy that subsequently became law. And that was this notion that there's a very, very broad spectrum of ways that lawyers can practice that may turn out to be in conflict with what they do for their primary government work. So we have to look at those very, very carefully. We think about the different permutations that may come from a particular request or a particular situation, and then make a case-by-case decision. Now, in light of the change in the law, those threshold decisions are made initially at the agency level. But if a general counsel has a concern that he or she make the right decision about allowing one of his or her lawyers to provide this pro bono service that they want to do it, they'll raise it with us. Then we will have that discussion. We'll reach hopefully a consensus and make a recommendation to them. And that then becomes the message of from the general counsel to the lawyer requesting to do the pro bono service. And that has to be paramount because we don't want them to get in any ethical trouble with either the DC bar or BEGA.
Is it possible then for you to request of the agencies to inform you of any pro bono work that's being done by their attorneys?
Yes.
And informing you that you the information is not just that Mary Smith is doing pro bono work, but that she's doing pro bono work with whatever the agency may be. And, you know, I guess ultimately we'll need some sort of certificate or certification that says that the person, the pro bono lawyer, will indicate that this is not a conflict against what my day-to-day responsibilities are, or something like that.
And Madam Chair, that's information that we have already started gathering. I would have to consult with my associate directors and my deputy to understand better than I do today what the details of that process are, how formalized it is, how it needs to be tweaked, for example, going forward to address the concerns that you have articulated, but that also we have.
Ahead of the FOIA request.
No.
We have every time we have a new law, we should anticipate new FOIA requests.
No, and understood. You make a good point, but Madam Chair, if I may, you've always been very, very fair and gracious with us, and so the asks for information that you make never strike me as unreasonable, and it's always going to be my intention to be as responsive to you and the committee as we possibly can. And now,
thank you.
I may add to that this may end up being a work in progress that plays out in the coming weeks and months, as our relationship continues. But rest assured that we're on it.
All right.
If nothing else, I want you to take away our genuine appreciation of what our responsibilities are and the importance of perceptions as well, not only to the legislature, but the legislative body, but the mayor and city residents as well.
All right. Well, I really appreciate that. Just a couple of more questions that I really need to ask.
Any as you have, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay. All right, then. What is your agency's role in developing and implementing ethics standards across the district and, let's say, with BEGA?
We, again, I will check for you, Madam Chair. I am not personally aware of any specific requests that have come from any entities inside the government that are responsible for government ethics. Now, certainly, if we get those, we will, we'll certainly weigh in if it's something that's in our lane to do. We certainly understand the role and responsibilities of BEGA. If they need help, and I have a very, very capable general counsel over there as well that we know well, and we'll always assist her as that need arises. Now, we do weigh in on situations that arise on sort of an ad hoc basis, and sometimes these arise in personnel matters. Sometimes they arise when we are addressing and responding to legal questions, and there may be an ethical component to something an individual employee is seeking to do or not do, or an agency is seeking to do or not do. Or there may be even a problem for the government as a whole. And so we flag those to the attention of the people that we're dealing with. And as necessary, I meet and talk to the mayor and the CA and the senior advisor and the chief of staff on a regular basis. And as these things arise, we flag them to their attention, not only for their information, but for their guidance and reactions to them, to the extent their opinions will weigh in on what they want done on behalf of the government.
All right. I
So
appreciate
it's a
that.
it's a long version, a long way of saying, Madam Chair, it's a collaborative process, but that we're always we're always on the lookout for these kinds of issues, simply because we understand as lawyers how problematic they can be for a person, an agency, or a government or government official.
I appreciate that. And so I think you kind of touched on this question, and that is, what role does your agency have regarding agency employment matters?
Our line of the MOLC line of oversight over the subordinate agency councils is a dotted one. As you know, once the city decided to have an elected attorney general, and the first one took office in early 2015 along with Mayor Bowser, those agency council lawyers became statutorily agency employees. You know, prior to that time, you may recall, they were all part of OAG. And then back in 2006, 2007, they were brought into OAG, as I recall, and then they were cast out in 2015. But my point in saying that is we weigh in on primarily the selection and hire of the general counsel and the deputy counsel. We defer to those individuals, meaning the general counsel, the deputy counsel, and the agency head, on hiring the staff attorneys. Now, as a practical matter, my associate directors have established, hiring and interview protocols that all of our agency counsel are expected to follow. We have an interview scheduled literally this afternoon with a candidate who's coming into OLRCB as a supervisory attorney, and that's part of that process as well. But at the end of the day, the final decision, unless we have some huge objection or concern, or there's some illegality that we become aware of, the final decisions about who those individuals are is the agencies. And I'm not always sure that's a great idea, but it is our reality. And so I'm going to respect the parameters of the law and the process.
All right, so then my takeaway from that is the general counsels in the agencies are conversive with you. I think that's what I heard. And the legal staff that's hired, it really is a part of the agency. So where is the legal point of reference for the Attorney General's office? Which of those bodies is?
If I'm understanding your question, Madam Chair, the agency counsel on sort of the routine matters that OAG would get involved with are, they interact directly. We at the MOLC will interact with the agency counsel and the Office of the Attorney General when there's a need for us to intervene, meaning there's some disagreement, there's some lack of responsiveness, perceived or actual, on either or both sides. We come in to sort of mediate this dispute. And again, from my tenure there, because I know kind of how the process works, we can add value in those processes. Say, look, this is what you need to go going forward. This will help improve communication. And it's usually related to litigation matters and occasionally something on the programmatic side. But as to, switching back to your earlier question about hiring, OAG has no role in hiring of agency counsel. Agency counsel has no role in hiring that goes on at OAG, although the sides poach from each other from time to time. OAG lawyers will come to the agency side and conversely.
All right, I think I understand. I think I got that. All right.
But and the final takeaway, Madam Chair, is we have our own process on this side by which we're aware of, get to do some screening, and ultimately weighing in on the lawyer decisions that both the agency makes staff lawyers by the Deputy General Counsel and the General Counsel, and the General Counsel positions and Deputy General Counsels that an agency director may want. And that's governed by MOLC regulations.
Right. All right, we're getting closer to understanding how our government works. Thank you. Thank you very much. Does your office participate in performance evaluations? I note.
The short answer is yes, Madam Chair. We, with respect to all the lawyers in the agency council land, we review and sign off on all of those with a primary focus on the general counsels and the deputy general counsels, because those are the managers, and those are the ones that more directly report to us. And we don't want to be in a position of second guessing the judgment of the general counsel about his or her staff. You know, we simply don't have the information or the interest, quite honestly, or the time. But we do work more closely with the deputy general counsel than the general counsel, and have a much better sense of what they're doing or not doing, so that we do have regular input into their evaluations, which are also prepared, as you know, in part by their directors.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I believe I've exhausted all our questions, and I really thank you very much, Mr. Adams, for your time and attention today, and thank you for the work of your office. And if I can get you some more resources, I got a feeling it will be helpful.
You see me smiling, Madam Chair.
All right, I got it.
But I would like to thank you for your time and attention. And again, you know, if there are any ways that we can be helpful to you in a way that, you know, allows you to better carry out your responsibilities and doesn't conflict with ours, we're here for you. Have our contact information. So please don't be shy.
Oh, Mr. Adams, we have about 12 agencies we want to talk to you about, your office about. Okay, so
at your service, ma'am.
We will be in touch for sure. Thank you so much for today.
Have a great day.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. I think we learned a great deal, and I hope those who watched have a better understanding of the work of these agencies that have undertaken it in the past year. I believe our city is better for their work, and I am hopeful that our future is much brighter. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, again, please email to CEAL@dccouncil.gov. That's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. The hearing record will close in 10 calendar days. That is on Monday, March 20th, 2023 at 5 p.m. That seems to be, am I correct? Is that 10 days? Okay, want to make sure. The committee's next meeting of the performance oversight hearing is on Wednesday, February the 15th, and we will begin at 9:30 a.m. We will be examining the performance of the Office of the City Administrator, the Department of Human Resources, the Office of Employee Appeals, the Public Employee Relations Board, and the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining. This concludes today's hearing, and with that, the time is now 3:12 p.m. on February the 10th, 2023, and the meeting is adjourned. And thank you, everyone, and my special thanks to the staff that has been very diligent with us today. Tosha and Amanda in particular, I see you, and I see Basola too, although she's with the Secretary's office. Thank you all so very much.